uh, Saturday, June 25th, exactly 9:01 p.m. We're starting the board retreat. We are an official meeting of LACCD, so I'm calling this meeting to order. Lupe, roll call.
Recording in
Trustee
progress.
Here.
Trustee Henderson,
Here.
Trustee Hoffman, Trustee Eno, Trustee Moreno,
Here.
Trustee Vela, Trustee Vettis, Student Trustee Callahan.
Here.
Thank you.
We're gonna do a flag salute, so if everyone please stand. I'll go ahead and do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands. Yeah. Is there any public comment? Lupe, anyone in person or I don't see anyone in person. Anyone on, because I can't see it up there, so.
No one signed up, sir.
Okay, all right, perfect. So before, do we have anyone in the audience? I'm just curious. Okay, all right, perfect. So I did want to reiterate that it is actually not board rule that we need to wear a mask. It has been a request, so we're wearing it, but it's not not mandatory. So I just wanted to reiterate. So people are saying, wait a minute, what's happening in terms of board rule? So we're going to do that. Sometimes if I'm speaking or I'm reading something and you notice I have my mask off, it's because my glasses get fogged. So I just kind of wanted to let some of you know why I'm doing that. So before we begin, we're gonna go over. Everyone has the agenda, and the agenda. And it's tab 1. Thank you, Chancellor. So it's this document that we'll be going through for the rest of the day. The first agenda is more of a table of contents for the binder. So as we're doing this, we're going to start off with from 9 to 9:25. We may take a little longer in some of these, but we're going to start with the rules of engagement. Then we're going to go to the group learning versus individual learning. Then we're going to do the council. So Narcissa Polonio, who is our board consultant with regard to board goals and activities, could you explain kind of like the rules of engagement that we're kind of asking each other to abide by?
Of rules. Oh, sorry, they didn't give me one. All right, can you hear me now? Okay, great. Whenever you gather to learn together, and you know each other very well, and you've met in board meetings for a long time, some of you, it's always good to come up with a couple of general rules. They usually go like this. Every voice is valuable. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. It's good to agree or disagree, but don't be disagreeable. And so my question to you guys, if you agree on those 3 basic ones, we have some other ones that will help the group to work together today.
So let's just take a moment. I'll start off with student trustee. Is there anything additional that you'd like to add?
Let's press that.
No additions.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Vela? Answer? Okay. The only thing I would say is please speak into the microphone as much as possible, because that's going to be a challenge to make sure that we can all listen, and Trustee Moreno can also listen.
I have nothing to add.
Nothing. Thank you.
Can I have one request that the rules that you mentioned, if you can post it somewhere to continually remind us? And then the only thing I would add to that is, I think if we approach it with speaking with each other as opposed to at each other. is a demeanor that's important.
Thank you, Trustee Bennett. Trustee Hoffman?
Sorry, nothing to add. Thank you.
No problem. So the next thing we're gonna do is just very quickly, in organizing the retreat today, and we may repeat ourselves a few times, but there were conversations with every single trustee. There were conversations with staff. Chancellor, you include staff in the development of the agenda. So the overall arching theme was the concept of group learning versus individual learning. And Narcissa will go over that later, but we wanted to make sure that as we're downloading information, we're all getting the same information. We may interpret it differently, but we're all getting the same information. And from that information, you can read, you can go get, and it may be different from what you thought before, but it's a learning process that we're doing. So we wanted to make sure that overall, that the board, that we wanted to define certain board rights and board responsibilities as a unit, as a body moving forward. So in doing that, you'll notice that there are that the different, again, we're going to go over it a little later. You have not only board rules, but board rules come from Ed Code. Board rules come from federal, state law, statute, state bar rules of professional responsibility, business and practices. So it comes from all that. So we wanted to articulate those and have those discussions where we needed to have them. But to begin the process, and I also want to thank Trustee Eno for kind of pushing, not pushing, but reminding us, and Trustee Hoffman again, to have this retreat. It was very important, and to have it and to make that process. I think both of you really helped to make this process improve. In doing this, we attempted to do, there was one online exercise that 90% of us completed, but with regard to the concept of counsel, I've had some interaction with Snapchat and what they've done with just basic interaction. So we chose an exercise that's short, and it's a sample of the counsel process, but hopefully meant to start us off in a positive way. The process will take just about 15 minutes, and that's it. And Andrea Brown is with us, and Andrea, please take it over.
Thank you. Can you hear me this way? Do I have to press the button? Good. I am Andrea.
Andrea Brown is.
Oh. Yeah, who am I? I'll tell you who I am. How's that?
Yeah,
I'm an outside consultant. I am a group facilitator. I am a council trainer and facilitator. So I used to be a college professor back in the day over at Occidental College. I taught environmental policy. Yay, thank you. And this is what I do now. So I come in and it's a practice. It's a listening practice. It works really to deepen those rules of engagement. Of how do you personalize? How do you listen to each other? So at Snap Inc., Evan, who's the CEO, went to a high school where they had council circles. And when he started his company, he said, wait a minute, we've got to do this thing because we need to learn how to listen to each other. And especially in technology where things are going so quickly, how are we present so that we can pick up? But it's also about how to learn how to speak to each other, which is again, your rules of engagement. How do you speak in a way that someone can actually hear you? And how are you authentic instead of performative? So this is a retreat. This is a step away from your regular business. You don't have an agenda, put your phones down, your technology down. We bring the center just to kind of indicate that this is different than a regular, these 15 minutes that we have together, right? So I do this practice. I go into California state prisons. I go into corporations. I go into schools. Every kind of person, we all need to listen to each other. Great. That help you?
and this is in kind. It's not. We're not paying for it as a district.
My gift. Our gift. So no, thank you. Something that I love to do. So I feel very. So you'll notice that there is a little bag in front of you or a little heart. This is a gift for you to keep. It's a stone. You can take it out of the bag if you like to leave it in. It's, COVID time, right? So the idea is that every person, when they speak, they like they have the floor and they get to raise their talking piece. And that's how we know when you put it back down that you're finished. So it is not, this helps us know who's speaking, and we're speaking what we're asking for, speaking from your heart, speak authentically. It's a professional environment, so modulate it as needed. Yeah, so speak your truth, be authentic. And then you don't have to speak if you don't want to. You can always pass. And then this is all going to be very easy. This is just an introduction and listening. So when you're not speaking, these are called listening circles in many places. Practice those listening skills. So many times we're thinking about what we're going to be doing next, or maybe we're even judging the person, what they're wearing. And so it's just a practice of listening attentively and again from your heart. So that's the heart stone. Right? I'm setting you up, hopefully, for a good day out of a retreat. So those are and we don't have a lot of time, so just to be lean of speech. Again, it's practice of how do we say what we need to say, just the essence of it. We don't need all those extra details. We don't have a lot of time. Great. Good? Ready to try this thing? Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to do that. We start off with dedications. Just did the Pledge of Allegiance, right? It's a way in. And so I want to dedicate our time together to all of you for the service that you do and for all the people, all the students who you serve, who you make such a genuine thank you. I also want to dedicate it to the students who graduated. Ooh, yeah, woo, woo. And to all those who couldn't, for whatever reasons. I don't know if anybody else has a gratitude or a dedication they'd like to make.
I would like to say thank you to everyone here. Like Trustee President Volna said, and Trustee Hoffman recommended that we have this. And I love a good bringing us all together to be on the same page. Being new, I think it'll be really great for me to kind of figure out my place in all of this and how to support the process. So I'm just grateful for your time, and I look forward to moving forward. Thanks.
I would just like to add that though this is not the place to be pouring libations, I want to acknowledge the ancestors in the communities that brought us here, that raised us up, that we are trying to support, and that as we are in this space speaking on behalf of students, staff, and faculty, that at the end of the day, we have to go home to those very same communities, and that we recognize that we, that's
Mine. I'm grateful and thankful for to a certain extent the public who gave us the opportunity and the privilege to have these discussions.
So yeah, I'm going to take this down so you can hear me when I'm speaking. So let's do a warm-up round just to practice how this works. So when you speak, you raise it and you lower it. So name a pet. These are icebreaker rounds, right? A pet or an animal that you've had or had a relationship with in your life. And if it's none, then that's okay too, right? Because everything's welcome here. So I'll start and then we'll go to the left. Felix.
Oliver.
Dak.
Ronnie and Neron.
Chili.
Harry Potter, rest in peace.
Pepito.
And then we have Miss Moreno, Mr. Moreno on the phone. You can unmute yourself and
Yes, I have. What is it? I need to come up with a name of an animal that I was a
Yep.
pet of mine.
Yep.
We have a name, Pandy.
thank you so much.
Uh,
And when it's your turn, you can just take yourself off mute and speak and then put yourself back on. Thank you so much. All right, that went so well. Let's try another one. So the name of a school or any place that you have worked in that's educational. Yeah. So New Village. Either a school that you went to or a school, college, university that you have worked at.
El Camino College.
Cal State LA.
Cal State Northridge.
Fairmont Elementary School.
UC. Nigration Academy.
Foothill Community College to Stanford.
Mr. Moreno?
East Los Angeles College.
Thank you so much. I feel like you now understand how this is working, right? So the invitation, this is a storytelling practice. It's not opinion, it's not advice. It's just about telling a story. So practice again being lean, but tell a story about a time at school or at college or at university. Maybe you were as a student or maybe professionally. And I'm going to open it up to whoever would like to start, and then we'll go to the left. Sound good? And practice your listening because I'm going to ask you something after. A story about a time at school, college, university, that either you were a student or you were working.
I'll start off. I was a graduate student at San Diego State, and I had organized for an entire year a conference and fundraiser all within 2 days. And right before the conference, which I had organized probably the best barbecue ribs that they were going to order in San Diego. It was a place called Backyard Barbecue, so I was very excited about those ribs and the conference, I guess. But then an uncle and an aunt died simultaneously, not simultaneous, just a few days apart from each other in 1994, and I never got to attend the conference. But it was a whole culmination back in the day. It might have been 1995.
And we'll pass it to your left.
I mentioned Fairmont Elementary School because that's where I learned how to speak English. And it's my first association with any formal schooling. And I just want to recognize it was before bilingual education, subject to an environment outside, not knowing English, that was pretty hostile, but incredible, caring, gifted teachers, public school teachers. So I thank them.
I guess for me, one thing that I remember a lot was the of doing boot camp. Summer, or that really just made me really, I don't know, just mentally and physically very strong. And I Coach Macaulay, who
I'll save mine for the end.
I was going to, but I can share. When I was teaching college, I took the students down to Mexicali to look at maquiladoras. I was teaching them on environmental justice. I often think now that I don't think I'd be able to do that. I don't know how they gave me permission to cross over the border. How much I learned from them. And
Thank you. So when I was in 11th grade at Grant High School, which is literally right next to Valley College, I auditioned and got the lead in The Story of Helen Keller. And I got to play Helen Keller, and that was just actually a life-changing experience for me. It was just an amazing, I won awards and all of that. So I used to be an actress back in the day. It didn't last for very long, but there I was. Anyway, that's my story.
It was the couple of days after the LA riots, the LA uprisings, and my mom got a notice from LA Trade Tech the class was canceled, and she actually was relieved because she said, "I don't have to rush to get you to school to go to class." So she actually took me to school. I was convinced we didn't have school either, but she wanted to double check, and so we ended up going to school. We got met by the National Guard stationed at the high school. I said, "Don't worry, school's out." But my mom is just the sort of the everyday pressing of working, being an adult in education, having children as an adult parent. That, you know, every time I see something that comes up, we just had 30 years of recognition last month of the 1992 uprising. That's the one image that comes to my head. A woman working so hard that no matter what was going on in politics, she was trying to drive the forward.
tell a story. I feel like, am I doing this right?
No, you're green.
Yeah. So tell a story about a time at school, kindergarten through post-grad, either as a student or in the professional or past.
Or professional. Okay, well, I'm just gonna talk about the my last recent experience in this new role, participating in commencement. I think after 2 years of COVID, you know, being remote for so long and not around folks, and then to be able to sit in front of a whole crowd at LA Trade Tech, 800 plus students graduating, with their children, with their families, and just being able to be around all that happy, celebratory moments. Like, I think it's in a long time, I smiled for like 3 hours straight. Like, we were all talking, I think with some of the other trustees, like, we stood for hours congratulating people, and it's just being able to soak in that much joy and success and happiness was really nice. And so I'm really grateful for that time, and it really motivates me, you know, throughout my life and my profession and my career, and just gives us purpose. And I think having a purpose like that is really meaningful and powerful. So there you go.
Well, a number of stories came to mind when you brought up the topic, but I'll share the one. I returned to school to complete my bachelor's degree as an older student. So I had children that were elementary school age at the time. And I had class. I went to school 4 days a week from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., 4 days a week with small kids. So my parents took care of my children and in the day. And I remember my younger son having parent-teacher conferences. And I had a midterm, and my mother had to attend the parent-teacher conference on my behalf. And I sat through my entire midterm crying because I was missing parent-teacher conferences, feeling like the worst parent ever. And I got home from class, and the first thing I did, I sat with my mom and asked her how parent-teacher conferences went and all. And my son was in bed, and he got up and he gave me a big hug, and he said, "Mom, I'm doing really good in school because you're doing really good in school." So it was my motivation, you know, to continue. So that was my story.
So it's my turn. Okay. About a year and a half ago, I came to Los Angeles with the hope of being like a regular college student. I would come out here and live on my own for the first time, be a man, time to take my next step in life. And in my first semester, I was in, or first semester on campus, I was in student government, and we were having a welcome week where we were welcoming all the students back, getting them ready for classes. And because it was the first semester back on campus after the pandemic, we were basically getting students their student IDs and then showing them this and that. And it was my first time on campus too. And during that event, I met a student, and I'll never forget his name. His name is James William. And he was a student like me. We were both in the Emotra program. And even though I've never really met anybody on face to face, he recognized me just because I was wearing an Emotra shirt. And that it felt really special. And though I thought he was just an Emotra student, I didn't know that he was really in the same situation that I was, because when I came out to Los Angeles, I was hoping to potentially stay with family, though all the family that I turned to, they either rejected me or just said, we don't have any space. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Regardless, they didn't let me stay. So I had to find different temporary places to stay, hostels, dorms, or just different places to stay. And it was burning through my financial aid money. And I was trying to figure out, how am I going to stay out in Los Angeles without having to run all the way back to Bakersfield? And I was just lucky to have a roof over my head. So fast forward a couple of weeks later, after I met James, I was walking back to my hostel after doing some laundry. And out of nowhere, I hear this voice yelling, "Emoji dude, emoji dude." And I'm like, what? Like, which emoji dude? Because when I heard emoji, I was like, wait, are there other emoji students? So I was looking around, but I didn't know that he was actually talking about me. And he ran across the street and he was in distress. And I was concerned. I was like, oh, it's that dude again. So, like, what's wrong? And he was actually kicked out of his place of residence. I didn't know at the time that he was also in a temporary housing situation. But because the people who were who maintained and owned the program were, I guess, accusing him of being a gang member, or they just thought that he was a threat to the community, effectively because he was Black. They kicked him out, and they kept his belongings in his room that he was staying in, and that included his phone. So he didn't have access to calling police to tell them what just happened, that he couldn't get his belongings back. So he ran up to me and he asked me if I could call the police for him. And I've never been in a situation like this before. So I was wondering, okay, what am I going to do? I have nobody to turn to, nobody to ask for advice in this kind of situation. So I just called the police for him. He reported the situation. And one part of me really wanted to follow him to see if the situation was actually handled. But another part of me was like, I'm going to be passive because I don't know this. Even though we're both in Emoja, I really don't know this person. I don't know the full situation. So I'll just, I'll let the police handle it, which wasn't the greatest idea, because next time I found out the police didn't help him at all. So next time I found him, it was about 2 weeks later. He was wearing a robe. He was covered in dirt. He had scars on his body, like he was in a fight or something. But he didn't get his stuff back, and he was actually moved. He actually was living in a tent community because he didn't have a place to stay. So in that moment, it clicked to me that something needed to happen. He needs help just as much as I do. And even though I'm struggling, I can see that if I didn't have financial aid, or if I didn't have the connections of the people supporting me at the time, I would basically be in the same situation that he was. So, but again, I didn't know how to handle that kind of situation. So when I met with him again, he told me the situation he was in. And I told him to meet me at the student union because I knew the City Cares Network could potentially help him out. They provided me with some resources that or some referrals to places that I could stay. And I was like, okay, you can follow me over here. I have a class to attend, but please just meet me at the student union and then we'll get this worked out. So I walk over to the college, thinking that he was going to follow me, but he didn't. I had no idea where he went. I told multiple staff, faculty, his name, because I at least got his name. I didn't get his email or his contact. He didn't have a phone at the time, so nobody could call him. And I just made sure to at least tell him his name. They found out that he was a student, but he dropped out of all his courses because he didn't have a place to stay. He didn't have his computer to even do his coursework. So they had to figure out how they were going to get him back into courses or any kind of class so that they could actually provide him resources as a student.
Thank you. It's such
So-
an important story in terms of
Yeah.
what these students, what the
Yeah.
students go through. Yeah.
And then
I'm wondering, yeah.
so I didn't see him again, and this is the last time I saw him, period.
Mhm.
So, and I say his name, James William in particular, his full name, because I literally have no idea what happened to him after this. And if anybody ever sees him in any way, shape, or form, then I just want to know if he's okay. But last time I see him, I'm walking to school again. And instead of him stopping me, I catch him on the street and I run up to them as fast as I can. And I ask them, what, are you okay? What happened to you? 2 weeks ago when I last saw you, I didn't meet you at the student union. What happened? And then he was just like, I didn't see you there. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. So I just went back to where I was. And by that time, he was even kicked out of the tent community that he was in. So even though he was living in a place where other people who were basically didn't have a place to stay, even there, he was kicked out and he was actually living on the steps of a church. He didn't even have any kind of roof over his head. So I was like, okay, I don't care what I'm doing today. I'm taking you over to the student union so we can get you the help that you need now. So I dropped basically everything I was doing. I marched them all the way to the student union, to the City Cares network that we have. And I brought them to the housing specialist that they had. And they basically told them the same situation: because you are a student, but you're not enrolled, we can't necessarily help you or give you any resources. So let's just get you enrolled in the course. So they provided him.
Jennifer, I'm just going to have you close the story.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's right. It's right
Yeah.
there.
Great, thank
But
you.
yeah. So we're there. They gave him a book to or a Chromebook to enroll in the course. But I guess because they were afraid of him, or I don't know what it was. Maybe they just didn't want. Maybe he was just dirty or whatever. But even though they told him to enroll in the course, he didn't know how, and they were, I guess, hiding in the corner of the room next to their computer, acting like effectively he wasn't there. Like, are you done yet? Even though he clearly didn't know what he was doing. So I had to stay there for about 10 to 20 minutes helping him myself enrolling in the course because she didn't want to do it. And the last thing I said to him was, I'm here for you. You may not have a place to stay right now. We're giving you help. We're giving you food. We're giving you shelter. If you need anything, then you know where I am. I'm always going to be at this office at this time of day. If you need me, just go to this, just go upstairs, find me. If you can't find me, ask this person, ask that person, ask anybody, look for Kenneth Callahan.
Thank you.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
And that was the last time I heard of it.
Thank you for sharing your story. Morales?
I also want to remind everyone with time that there is a agreed upon time in terms of you have to leave. So watch your time, please.
Do we have time for one more?
No, we have to. Trustee.
Yeah.
He has a right.
Yes. Does he know?
Trustee Moreno.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's very quick. I remember being in elementary school, was asked to participate, I think at the age of 6 or 5. in a Christmas play. My job was to just yell, "Me too." I ran on stage and I yelled, "Me too," and scared the hell out of everybody in the audience. And I'll never forget that. And that was supposed to be a moment of pious interaction. It turned out to be quite a moment of laughter. I remember that. Thank you.
We skipped you also. I know you were gonna say something. Microphone.
When we moved to this country, I was supposed to start in the third grade, like Francisco. I was supposed to go to the fifth grade, but a clerk decided I should go to the third grade. I made a promise for the rest of my life. Thank God I was small because everybody thought I was younger than I was. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those very heartfelt stories. Just quickly, and then we're going to close. This will be part of our closing. One word that you heard someone else say, not their name. You're not going to add anything else. It's just going to be one word. So I heard someone say, and then you were going to pass it around really quick. Yeah. Okay, I'll start and we'll go to the left. I heard someone say mother.
I heard someone say, me too.
Lineman.
I heard someone say tried.
I heard someone say parent teacher conference.
I heard someone say older student.
I heard someone say James Williams.
I heard someone say children.
Mr. Moreno?
Elementary.
Thank you. Now we're going to close and then you get to go to your regular meeting. And I thought we would snap. We're all going to snap on my count to 3 because time goes by so quickly. So when I count to 3, snap. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for participating and wishing you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is this thing in the middle?
So thank you. This is a gift for you all. It's to help you enjoy your day, to relax, to focus. Like when you're trying to really practice that listening, that deep listening, you can look at that. The idea is to bring an object of beauty. So it is my gift to you all.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate you taking the time. So I just wanted to review the agenda and attachments from 9:25 to 9:30, but we're a little behind. I would say that just this is an ambitious agenda, so I think let's go by the rules in terms of making sure that get through as much and be as brief as we can when possible. From 9:25, or actually from 9:40 to 10:30, what kind of board do we want to be? Review the DICS leadership thing. Then we're going to take a break at around 10:30. Then we have our new general counsel have a discussion with us, and before general counsel begins, maybe she off her resume a long time ago. She can about who she is. She didn't circle, but you're in our overall circle. Thank you. Then we're going to have overview of organizational chart by Chancellor Rodriguez, 11:15 to 11:35. Then we're going to do a kind of working lunch or review group discussion and working lunch tips for focusing on the big picture. We put bullet items down. That doesn't mean that we'll go over each one of them, or there might be something missing. So please add on to it. From 12:40 to 1:10, why should what should the priorities be for the 21st Century Community College Board of Trustee? We have those items that we're discussing. Then from 1 to 2, what will be our legacy, discussion of board approved goals. And we did include the goals within the document, just so we can always have it as a reference and that we could also go back. Lupe is taking notes with regard to anything that we say, hey, we should follow up on. So we'll actually have minutes available for us to review. Is there anything else? And again, we have the documents that are included, board goals, the California Education Codes and LACCD board policies. Those are very important. We wanted to make sure that you had the document virtually, but we also wanted to make sure you had it in writing, because I think there is a difference. A lot of times with virtual binders, you lose them or they go away. But this you can either keep in your office at home or whatever. But we wanted to make sure also so you can write notes. Then position descriptions, general counsel, external auditor, then 2022 board goals and ad hocs. The chancellor, we asked the chancellor to make a list of kind of what's going on, just so we have an inventory and always refer back to the board goals to make sure then we can identify some next steps, next meeting, and what are some deliverables at the next meeting or by the end of the day. Our goal is to finish a hard end at 2 p.m. So please be mindful of that as we all go through this to make sure that, because there's a lot of voices to be heard today and that everyone is heard. Did I miss something or clarification on something? Okay, seeing none. Narcissa?
All right, and
And you'll adjust according to the timeline?
no. Wait a minute. I'll do my best to see if we can catch up a little bit. So I'm going to cut some things out real quickly. One after that. That's what we're doing today. Everybody can read, right? So we're going to go. I'm going to. Exactly. Exactly. So and you will have copies of these materials later, so you can always refer to that. What we're going to try to do usually takes from half a day to a full day. So I'm just going to give you a flavor of the work and the instruments. So let me first thank all of you, including Ernie, for helping me here in completing the survey. Ernie chose not to participate, but we spent a lot of time talking about it and give him a sense of what the goal is here. And he does support the goals. The point here is, how do we help you as a board to accelerate getting to know each other as much as possible, but not just by name, but by also by character, by priority, by what drives you. Why are you a trustee? So it's more about the essence of the board. Being a member of a board is a very unique experience because it's not about the individual, it's about the group decision. And to be able to achieve that, you really don't have to agree, don't have to have the same values, except for one thing, and that's students. What's in the best interest of students? So this exercise is to accelerate that process of not only, we know what we look like, but we don't necessarily know what we look like in here. And we don't necessarily know each other, our preferred behavior and values. So this is a short version. We're going to do follow-up later on with each of you individually to get into more detail. But let's take this little ride together. Go to the next slide. And what we're trying to focus on what's most important about your role as a leader and the decisions that you make. And part of what leadership really requires, and I'll just go over one or two, you're going to take a lot of risk. Some of the decisions that you're going to make are controversial, and you're making decisions that will pave the way for this district for probably 10, 20 years. Yes, sir. Okay. No, we're making copies. Yeah, everything out. Yeah, but they were making copies, but there was a little how can I say it? Equipment doesn't have a mind of its own. Okay, I'll do it.
I
I'll
can't
do
read
it.
them anyway, so that's okay.
Can you read it?
No,
Well, okay, let me switch it.
I'm
It
just
was,
lying
in-
either way.
it was intentional. It was intentional. At Trustees, you don't really need to know anything or read anything. Just do as I say.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
was a joke. That was a joke. Don't get caught
Yes,
up on
ma'am.
exactly. So, but that's an important point. You gotta have the information and you gotta know before you make decisions. And so the first one is taking risk is part of what you will do and is part of what leaders have to do. Secondly, and this one we forget about, spreading optimism. You have a role not only to celebrate, but be positive because everybody looks to you for motivation in the district. That's part of your role as leader. Being encouraging. Okay, I know for some of us, those are soft skills. They say, oh, but that's not, I'm here to make decisions. No, you're here to also encourage faculty, staff, student, and everybody else. Listening actively, and I think this was a great exercise because you do need to also hear the voices. Now, this one's difficult. Analyzing in depth the topics, the leadership decisions you make, because it's important for you to understand what's the long-term implication. Now, here's the issue with governing boards. The decisions were made the year at the meeting that the first group of trustees for this board met are still guiding your action. But remember, the governing board is the one group that continuously meets and makes decisions for the history, for the whole district. And they do continue to have implications. So that's why it's important to really think both, why was this done? Is it still relevant? And what's in the future? What are the implications? Communicating systematically is extremely important because as a board, you speak with one voice. But that's hard for leadership because we're used to speaking with our own voice. Speaking with a group voice is much more difficult. The vote that you take when you reach an agreement, that's speaking with one voice. That doesn't mean that you have to advocate it or support it, but you have to support the board's decision. I mean, I totally agree with it, but the board has spoken because that's the vote is the instrument that moves you forward. Next one is speaking up about problems. And I don't worry about that one because you have Steve here who's going to speak up on everything that he sees, and that's helpful. Spurring urgency. Think about what you went through with COVID-19, for example, and how you went ahead and asked questions and make sure that people were being taken care of. That's part of leadership. And then initiating projects. As leaders know, we'll work together to make sure that what needs to be done, what's going to make a difference in the future, will be addressed. So these are all the skill sets that you need to really think about and have in front of you. I promise you, we will get you copies. So the goal here, and I looked at many instruments throughout the country, and I think this is the best one because they'll give you an opportunity to see how all of you work together, your preferred behavior and where they come together, where they intersect, where they interact, and where you guys are going to be like this. But at the end of the day, your goal is to have a vision, to align all the pieces of a very complex district so it can move forward, okay? And then here's the most difficult one, execution. Because you have the power to move it. You're not an advisory board. You're a governing board. So the whole purpose of this is find those responsibilities. Okay? So this is what leaders do. They create vision, they create alignment, and they execute. Those are three major responsibilities that you have. But understanding, executing, it's a little different because you know what needs to be done. You decide, but you're deciding at the policy level of where you need to go. Then your administration is responsible for the carrying out of the execution. I'm not talking about the guillotine here. I'm talking about getting it done. Make sense? Okay. I'm going to give you some homework right now. Everybody ready? Go back to school. Okay, so what's on the board is where we're going to end.
Narcissa, can you give us just a brief description of this assessment tool and the theory behind it? Because I run a career center. I've never heard of this particular one or seen this particular one before.
Yeah.
I use other assessment tools, but can you tell us like
Yep.
who wrote it, why, what's the theory behind it, and who uses it?
It's used mainly in corporations, and it's used mainly for organizations that have large groups of employees, et cetera. And it's basically was created to help the leader, but it was expanded to talk about the group and how the group works. It's the closest one that I was able to find that's been tested by millions of individuals and organizations. So it has an incredible track record that would focus on some of the of what you have to do. So what I do is I take the part that talks about group working together, the positive, the strength that you bring, and what makes it more problematic when you're trying to get things done. At the end of the day, it's about you better understanding why Kelsey is hesitant about something. Why David, they may be more concerned and expressing it in a different way. So it's more about you knowing more about each other and how you try to accomplish the decisions that need to be made. So there's a whole part about the group where I analyze the group, et cetera. We're not going to be able to cover that today. We'll do that in a separate session later on. But it actually, what I like about it, it explains to the group, these kind of decisions are much easier for this group to make. These kind of decisions are going to be that much more difficult.
Just a quick question. Who designed it? Just like a name?
Oh, sure. It's called everything. Sorry, guys. Everything this. Okay. And you see the company that I'm working with is Your Life Path. It's been doing this for 15 years. You can look them up in the internet, but this is one of those ones that has been tested by so many groups that is considered valid. It's not unique to other similar instruments. It's not. The unique thing here is that the company I work with this will help with the analysis. So since I know all of you, I don't contaminate it with my own opinions. So that provides some impartiality also.
With Myers-Briggs and other assessment tools, you have to be like a trained interpreter. I just worry sometimes about misinformation. So is there something you had to go through to be able to interpret our results, or?
They interpret the result independently, okay? What I do is check on them so that my own sense of the group doesn't interfere with it. So it's an independent assessment that's based on over 1 million individuals who have already participated. So they're constantly making adjustments to it. So if you look up your life path in the internet, you'll find pages and pages of information. But the reason I like this one is because of the independence, that there's check and balances. The second is, it's not just about analyzing the individual. It's more about the group. And today we're going to look at the individual and then do a group profile. Another time we're going to get together and talk about which decisions are going to be easy for the group, which ones are going to be more difficult based on your profile. But we won't have time to do that today. It would be unfair to try to do all that. Does that help? I'm very careful to make sure that your material is just yours. I have copies, but otherwise, anything that relates to your own instrument, only you will see. So it's up to you how much you want to share.
Minutes or so. When you read your profile, take notes and indicate what's accurate in terms of your own behavior and then what isn't. And the goal is for us to provide each of you with an opportunity to share what the instrument says about you and how accurate it is and what parts really aren't you. Okay? And then we'll go around the room.
I can't hear any of the discussions.
Oh,
No
Ernie, because
discussion.
there's no discussion occurring. We're taking 10 minutes to go through our profile.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Ernie, I'll try to make sure I have the mic with me. I will carry this around, okay? So take 10 minutes.
But we did confirm you would buy us all lunch. Let's give, some people are still. sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to. Sorry to interrupt. I think everyone is ready.
Okay,
I think you just made me cry.
here we go. He- he- So what I like to do is just simply go around. First, again, thank you for completing this on faith, really. But the key here is of what this says about you, what best describes you. Okay, just give everybody a little overview. And then, okay, this is the real hard part. I have the magic marker. And your job is, after you give your share with your colleagues, is to go in and put your dot up here. Because the goal is to build a profile of who each of you is and how does that come together and how does it help you when you're making decisions.
I just wanted to say that it's interesting because you started, oh, it's flattering. But then it's like, oh, it's not flattering.
It's honest.
It's brutally.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I think it's important to acknowledge that it's just, there, right? You just,
Okay, so we heard from one person that is brutally honest. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm going to ask for volunteer. Who wants to go first? First, describe it, explain it, and then you'll tell us what's accurate and what, the positive. It's up to you if you want to go to the negative or not.
Sure. Okay, so mine came back IS. I think extremely accurate of who I am and does make you face your maybe weaker characteristics, but IS is basically warm, cheerful, focused on efforts on making everyone feel like they're valuable, team-oriented, collaborative, building connections. It says my weak areas would be being able to give lower marks and making sure people take on responsibility for poor performance. So I think that was the more negative, like and that I take more responsibility for others' actions than I should. I consider people's needs, sense of optimism, perspective. I think this is generally me. Affirming, energizing, inclusive. I think those are my good days.
Right.
I probably take home a lot on my shoulders and plate, but it didn't say that, but that's what I do.
Yeah. But in the board, what we're going over a topic,
Yeah.
what questions would you ask that represent that personality?
How everyone else feels.
Exactly.
Oh,
Okay.
damn. Yeah.
Okay. Have you shared it with everybody? How do they feel? What do they think? And in a lot of the literature, that's described as people who want to get things done based on the idea. Okay, so they'll follow the idea. And many people who are in the political arena fall under that category. It just makes sense. Okay, so you want to come up and put your dot. Just make a big circle, exactly what you fit. Oh, okay. Yeah, you could put your initial if you want. Make a circle around it, so make sure we know, because somebody else may be near you. Okay, now part of it is, okay, now that we know where Kelsey is, who wants to go next? That may be a neighbor, a twin, a brother, a sister, oh, a complete opposite.
Not sure if I'm an opposite, but I'll go next.
Okay.
So I am a D. I feel that this description fits me very well. There are some things about, the temperament of this letter that I work around. But for the most part, it's true. It says, my priorities are being commanding and pioneering and resolute. I'm motivated. Um, I'm not really motivated by power and authority or competition, but success. I don't have a fear of loss of control, but I do have a fear of being taken advantage of. I'm not a trusting person. What you'll notice about me as a D is self-confidence, directness, forcefulness, and risk-taking. Although my risk-taking is not, dangerous or hurtful to myself or others. And limitation. Now it says here that it's a lack of concern for others. Because I know that about myself, I tend to try to, be different, but I am incredibly impatient. And what this profile says is that people with a D tend to be seen as intimidating. And I have definitely heard that about myself, and I own it.
So you're very much self-aware.
Very self-aware.
Okay. And okay, you want to put yourself up here? Where we go now? We have one up here. Yeah, and just put a circle on it. As accurate. All right. So how does your profile, the questions that you would ask during a board or the behavior that you would demonstrate in a board meeting that's reflected in your profile?
I would be very impatient with indecision, maybe a little forceful about my thoughts and ideas, and want to just get to the point with things, not a lot of fluff and circumstance.
Let's get it done, kind of.
Get it done now.
Okay, okay. And what happens on this, because that's a commanding personality that could be very intimidating. People make assumptions. Yeah, it's demanding. Okay, if you want my support, prove it. All right, which is ideas, more move forward. Okay. All right, who's next? I know I'm rushing you guys, but you want to go next? Okay.
Right, dead bulls, not bullseye, the middle of D and I. The priorities shape. Hearing, being energizing, commanding, resolute. That's social disruption, rejection, disapproval, loss of it. I know my case study. You will notice harm, enthusiasm, optimism, limitation, impulsiveness. No, that's not true. Lack of follow through. Disorganization. I lose a case. So that's what's your question?
Does it describe you?
Yes and no. I mean, because I think the C and the S are part of my D and the I. Without the C and the S, there is no D and I. But yeah, our vision is probably like, again, we got pointed to this, make a decision, good or bad, make a decision. Probably, I assume probably the worst of institutions that they want to do anything. So I assume institutions and bureaucracies are against anything related to, so I'm naturally very skeptical of everything that comes in front of me.
So here you have somebody who's really between two, smack in the middle between two.
Can I have the screen? It's not showing none of the chart that's being discussed. Is that possible to put on screen?
Why don't I, let me see, I can find a copy of it and email it to you.
Can we get the owl back up?
Oh, what? Well, I'm just, okay, go ahead.
Wait. Oh, I'll email you a version of it that shows it. Is that okay?
Yeah, I thought I could see it on the screen as it was happening, but I guess not. That's fine.
On in the meantime.
Perfect. All right, thank you, guys. Okay, so,
He's getting. we're
yeah,
scanning,
so,
we're getting
so this is, with Gabriel, you're gonna see that sometimes he's going this way and sometimes it's going this way. It's because he's conflicted. Okay, in some time he'll be straight with you, okay, and other times he's here. Oh, okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just who we are.
put up the dot.
Yes, please. And depending on the personality, or sorry, let me put it, depending on the topic, he'll go this way, or he may go that way. He'll get real excited about the idea, but then he wants it done. Exactly. Make sense? All right, Steve.
guess I'll say in reading this stuff, there's bits and pieces of it that feel like they're right and feel like they're quite a bit off. I was also a DI, and so as I go through my profile and as I go through the overview of this, interesting enough, I didn't feel
Wait,
like
wait, are you telling us you have a twin brother?
I probably.
Do you have a twin brother here?
Actually, you know what? I would say no, because as I go through the list and underline the descriptors, I didn't find myself underlining a whole bunch in the I section. Found myself underlining a bunch of stuff in this conscientious steadiness. But I think in terms of the dominant section, I found more in the way that Michelle described herself that's more connected to how I feel I fit in the D section. And so, like fears in terms of being taken advantage of, those kinds of things, but noticing directness, confidence, those kinds of things, limitations of impatience. But I think I also gravitated heavily, and this was not in the I section, but gravitated towards the section of attention to quality, being deliberate, precision, fear, slipshod methods, that kind of thing. And then in the steadiness section, it's a stable environment, it's loss of stability. That's part of what I seek here, because I come from a day job environment that's a lot of turbulence,
right,
and constant turbulence. So they see stability and consistency here is important. But like I said, in the profile, it lists as a DI style, and comments like passion to grow, expand, explore, see bigger, better accomplishments. So I'm comfortable and fine. Propensity towards action first. Thinker, talker, kind of stuff like that. I think that's fine, but I think there's also big sections in the sort of energizing and affirming that naturally feel that way. But right, it's listed in the profile, and however it's translated, it's brought me to be a DI, close to the line. So Not as close as he is, but close to the line.
Oh, so you're
More in the middle.
what we call gemelos? You know what gemelos are?
No, I would actually say I'm between Michelle and Gabriel on that chart.
Okay, okay. Well, why don't you go put it up? But Steve made some really good points because we're complex individuals. Depending on the circumstances, you can have a job where you behave one way, and then you go and you sit on a board where the other part of your preferred behavior comes out. We're complex, so we adjust all the time. We're constantly adjusting. So let's see where you put yourself on your, okay. Right, I just want to make sure. Yep. You're close though. You're in the same family group. Yeah. So, all right, who wants to go next? David? Next?
Is more dominant, but not the real. Interesting. Because I know the heart of the trustee, and then when I'm more of a friend. So anyway, that was things that definitely want to excite people and join and pioneer. You know,
So let's go put it up there. We may have something here that we need to look at because it's a real interesting group. A very interesting group. Okay, so you think about how you got to know each other, and you say, well, so and so they're alike, and so are alike. Is this confirming that, or is it showing you like, wait a minute, how could two so opposite personality end up in the same quadrant? It's because it's all of it is influenced by experience, etc. So we have two more. We have the chancellor, but let's go to the trustees first because you need a trustee profile, and then we see where the chancellor fits in. Okay.
Actually explains a lot from the past 7 years that I've been on this board, and I finally have a sister. So I was a pretty strong I, which is no surprise probably to anybody. And I thought it was really interesting. It like the first 3 paragraphs of my I style completely describe who I am in terms of how I am as a leader. I'm naturally upbeat. I'm optimistic. I try to engage others. Generally, that's the first thing people notice about me is my upbeat personality and enthusiasm. And then I thought this was really interesting, and everyone who knows me knows this, is that I strive to bring that human element and bring some kind of an emotional connection to my work, whether it's my work in my day job or my work here on the board. and I care about making sure that people feel valued in the jobs that they do. In terms of, making sure that they're complimented and feel good. And I lead with a collaborative approach in terms of being a team player and not being like a dictator and, being inclusive, which I thought described me perfectly. I was a little shocked that I didn't lean more toward the S because there are some qualities in the S category about, well, the inclusiveness piece, but that's also in the other, in the I category. But in terms of like patience and calm approach and being a good listener, I feel like I have those skills, but they didn't necessarily show up in this assessment. Like I was just a strong, full on in the middle of that I category.
Exactly,
Which
exactly.
I thought was
exactly, yeah,
really kind of
yeah.
fascinating.
And I found in this work, because I've done this with a lot of boards, that very often the individuals that come out of teaching, that made a commitment to be of service, tend to fit, believe it or not, in the I. It's the whole desire to influence.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, the only thing is the limitations. I don't really feel like I'm impulsive or that I lack follow through or disorganization. I feel like, in the limitations, I feel like I'm more of an S, but again, this was just a quick assessment. So I thought that was interesting.
And the other thing that happens in different stages of your life, as we evolve, you will move. You will move. Major events will change you and where you belong. You want to join the group up there? Oh, is it there? Yeah. Go ahead.
The stuff that it points out, we may simply not acknowledge that it's there. It's there though.
It's there. Yeah.
You don't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah. You don't have to take off everything in this exercise. That's not the goal. The goal here is not to analyze and overanalyze. The goal here is where do you fit within the group? And people understand these people preferred decision-making behavior. And also gives you insight that if you want to talk Steve into something, here's the approach you should take. If you want to influence David, here's the approach you want to take. So it gives you insight. All right, now here we go. Ta-da! Ta-da!
Put your circle up there, Trustee Hopkins?
What? I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay, do we have anybody missing up here? Except for the student, because wait a minute.
She's the incoming plan.
We have all the trustees up here, right? Okay. Ernie, you have the graph that shows you where everybody fits? If not, I'll make sure you get it, okay? All right, Chancellor, before you explain it, because I can't wait to see it, can you go and put up your dot? Yes. Okay, because is he part of the gang in the, or is he part of the D gang? Where is he? Yeah, he did what we should have done from the beginning, which was put it in the right place.
Yeah, that's exactly right there.
He's out there. Let's take care of the chancellor. I mean, he's lonely out there.
I'm not lonely. It's lonely there, but I actually think this is a good balance.
And that's the goal.
Yeah, good balance.
You need all four quadrants. Exactly. But we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But that's the point. What's missing? But some of you, like Steve, kept talking about, but I think I have this also. And Andrea said, I have this. So sometimes you have to step the other quadrant to help the group because you don't have somebody who's naturally there.
Right.
Go ahead, Chancellor.
The S quadrant is one that encompasses the three general areas of being inclusive, affirming, and humble. And what I struggled a little bit with this exercise was am I answering as who I am? I believe I am as a person, or who I am as chancellor. And some of you know me very well, and I've said in public, and I'll share with you, that I try not to confuse who I am with what I do. My role as chancellor, I know, is finite. It's incredibly important and influential role, and I appreciate it, but it doesn't necessarily describe who I am. That could change 3 years from now, but who I am stays with me. So I try to focus in on that. And so when I was answering the questions, I was actually answering both, because in these kinds of roles, you have to, I think, show a balance to your group and support the growth of you all. So I tend to, the leader of the organization, value cooperation and mutual respect, diplomacy, modesty, reliability, and calmness, especially keeping my composure during difficult circumstances. I think those are all good qualities and characteristics for a chancellor. I have enough energy around you all, meaning your energy, your intelligence, your drive, your motivation, that I try to be a calm source, irrespective of what's in front of me. This June, I'm entering my 9th year as chancellor, which, as some of you know, is the second longest serving chancellor now in the district's history of 53 years. I'm proud of that. And I think how I've been able to navigate that is to not try to be part of the game, be a part of but to balance out and support each one of you, irrespective of your leadership style. Understand your goals and get them, and then deploy a team that's behind me. You delegate authority of the board to the chancellor's role, and then I disseminate it to others to carry out a particular mission. So I would say it was the ideas of being empathetic, cooperative, and whatnot, I think are accurate. I was a little surprised that I wasn't more energizing, because I try to be the people that I'm around, to not just affirm, but to really get them excited about their work. And perhaps that's done in a different environment, but so that's a little surprising that didn't show up. I mean, it's there, it's balanced in that I flowed up to that, but I was surprised that it wasn't a little bit more there. The last thing I'd mention is in terms of this profile. Again, I was answering sort of both. That good at drawing out opinions and helping the group reach consensus, and I think I do that well. And as my team has heard me say, I don't care where the best idea comes from. I try not to put my ego in the center. The best idea wins, no matter where it comes from. So I try to provide an environment where people feel safe, they feel affirmed, they feel like they can bring their best foot forward and not be criticized or somehow thwarted from sharing what their particular opinions are. So it's a very large organization, lots of opinions, and drawing consensus is something that we tried to do. So, yeah, so I'm your sort of balance. All this is correct. And, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I actually am. To be a balanced and a calm, focused, dedicated, committed voice to the roles and interests of the board and this district and the students that it serves.
So the green is more, the D stands for dominance, demand, right? So that's more of a imposing, let's move it kind of personality. The I is more, in a sense, more political in the terms of influencing, meeting people where they are. They're still demanding, but the approach is more patient, okay? And then in S, it's steadiness. Steady as they go, see the environment, be supportive, figure out the way to get there. And you need all of this. What you're missing is the conscientious. Not the conscience, but the conscientious. The analytical and the precise. But if you're not going to have one totally represented in the group, that's okay, because to a large extent, that's the role of the team that you have behind you. They can do a lot of the analysis. Kelsey.
And I'm not sure, but so far, not to assume more, but I think based off of the contributions of the 3 board meetings I sat in, I think Trustee Moreno kind of has a lot of these qualities. I don't know, Trustee Moreno, not to speak on your behalf, but I think the conscientiousness, a lot of the comments that you make are always helping us stay mindful of a lot of things. So maybe that's where you kind of fit in as well in our group.
Oh, thank you.
Ernie, did you hear that question? Where would you put yourself?
Well, right in the middle. No, I'm just kidding.
Bullseye.
Yeah, the bullseye. I'm not sure. I've done stuff like this numerous times. It shifts sometimes, so I don't know. I don't know where I would be, but you know, if that's where I appear to be, probably more accurately, I can see myself a little bit more conscientious about, or more analytical on occasion.
And that's one of the reasons I asked Trustee Moreno to do a presentation on the future using some data.
Talk them into our deficiency. We just talked them into our deficiency.
Exactly. And that's it. And that's part of what happens. That if you, and it's not necessarily deficiency, it's just the way it is. Your elected officials tend to fall under D and I. It's natural because you have the value of believing that you can make a difference, that you can change things, that you can see what needs to be changed. And that's important. But typically in a group, you want all quadrants represented in some fashion, not even within, it doesn't have to be in the group. It could be with a team that's being assembled to protect the group. The next step of this is how do you use this?
I'd like to say maybe
Where do you think you fit?
you think if you would like to. If not, that's fine. I just wanted to.
Well, personally, I feel like it would be unfair for me to place myself in where I would like to be. I definitely see the area that I would that I feel, at least as far as I think and act today, will be most accurate of my personality, both in a personal and professional sense. But again, it would be inaccurate because I'm just self-reporting what I think about myself rather than looking at the actual qualities, listing them out, and seeing what I really do. So I could put myself up there, but I feel it would be it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the board if I just said I was this.
That independent analysis is always helpful. It's basically what
and technically that itself kind of tells you where I am on the board. Overly critical thinking, but I'll just say that.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to keep us on schedule. There's a lot more to do, but I hope that this was of some help to all of you. This is the beginning. The second chapter is I put all this information together around key issues, not by actual items that you're going to be reviewing, but different items that you're going to have to discuss in general terms, and what's easier for you and what's going to be most difficult to agree on. Fair enough? Okay, do we need a 2-minute personal walk out the room and come back 2 minutes? Okay, 2 minutes for everybody. Okay, thank you guys. Really appreciate your help on this. And I'm sorry we couldn't do all of it.
Recording stopped.
with us the first time? Did we do Brooks Riley with you at one time? We haven't done these first. Might have done one once. Sometimes we have, like when we've had retreats, sometimes it's been like every year we had one year where Counselor. Correct.
Cut your time down. Yeah, everyone, 30-second.
Help me here. Ernie, you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Dana?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start in 30 seconds. And okay, our IS for brownie and munchies for everybody. Okay, IS for brownies and munchies for, who's our IS? Yeah. No, it's good to announce it because yeah. You could have nutty people, but you don't want nuts. Okay, we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to do an introduction?
Recording in progress.
Do we really?
Well, I'll do it. Permissions. So the next part is a discussion about, if you look at ed code, the ed code statutes, rights, duties, responsibilities. And then so in terms of general counsel and the role and the central role, district, a board, chancellor, everyone else at the district, office of general counsel, and the personnel commission you would call it kind of this going over this part is important.
Yes,
Some of it, by the way, we're doing conjointly to offer different color on these different presentations.
our newly appointed General Counsel, Maribel Medina, this is the end of her first week in the position itself. So the fortuitous nature of having a board retreat around these particular issues, I think is wonderful. So it's about delineation, duties, rights, responsibilities, and how we as staff, from the legal side of the house to the administrative side of the house, provide support to your role as members of the board. So in the binder, you have a series of board policies that are governed by the they're described, etc. So yeah, it's the parts about what the roles and responsibilities are. Again, to clarify delineation. So let's give the floor and welcome our General Counsel Medina. Welcome.
Ms. Medina, if you could please also have described just 30 seconds, and I guess the personality says that I only want 30 seconds, is just, where you come from, your expertise in the area, just because some of us, or one trustee wasn't around to review your resume, just to refresh everyone on it as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Board of Trustees. It's an honor to join you here today at your board retreat and to have been invited to give this presentation. And wow, how lucky am I that on my first week here, I get to hear these heartwarming stories and learn about your personality traits. And that if somebody had asked me what would be the best way to get to know your client, your new bosses, tell me what your style is and your personality, tell me the story. I mean, it's just, it really is very, very special to me. So thank you for giving me this honor to join you here today. Although today is officially my 5th day in the position of your general counsel, I actually based this presentation on my over 20 years of experience in analyzing, and even litigating the interpretation of the California Education Code in my representation of educational entities throughout California, K through 12, county offices of education, and community colleges. In fact, I've had the pleasure of serving as special counsel for LACCD for nearly 10 years. So that is definitely a privilege for me. I have also served as legal counsel for cities, transportation agencies, water authorities, etc. If there is one theme that describes my professional career, is that for 2 decades, I have been the lawyer for public entities and the elected bodies that represent those entities. For the next 20 minutes, we're going to be discussing the very narrow question of the board's rights, duties, and responsibilities. We will not be addressing today the state and federal laws that govern public officials, like the Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, the Conflict of Interest laws, and the whole plethora of rules and regulations that are intended to ensure that public officials are good fiduciary stewards of the public trust. However, you should know I have significant expertise, 2 decades of expertise on those areas. So if ever there is a question by the board, I am always available, as is the entire Office of the General Counsel. And I'd like to move on to the presentation. Let's go ahead and get started. Rights and responsibilities of the board. And Crystal's going to tell me if I'm moving too fast, but so what I've done here today is I've taken, and you have, I don't know if you have the presentation in your binder, but I've taken the education code, and one section in particular, which conveniently is titled California Education Code 70902, is conveniently titled Governing Boards, Duties, Rules and Regulations, Duties, and Delegation. And so I've taken that statute, and the language is quoted specifically from the statute for us to describe and have a discussion of the board's rights and responsibilities. Let's see, okay, all right. So in the legal context, when there is any dispute on the meaning of the statute, the courts do what's called statutory interpretation. That is, they look at the statute and look at the plain words and decide, what did the legislature mean when they enacted the statute? And here it's very telling. So in subsection A1, it says, every community college district shall be under the control of a board of trustees, which is referred to herein as the governing board. The governing board of each community college district shall establish, maintain, operate, and govern one or more community colleges in accordance with the law. That is pretty powerful language, under the control. And although you are not here full time, it vests you with that authority to make sure you have control of your 9 campuses. The word shall, when it's in the law, it's mandatory. It says you shall. And so you shall establish, maintain, and operate and govern your community colleges. Here, you have 9 campuses to do that. The following section says, and you have, I gave you a complete copy of Education Code 70902, but I've only taken the most important language for purposes of our conversation here. So it says, in carrying out the statutory authority, the governing board may initiate, and when we say may, you can or you don't have to, that's permissive, initiate, carry on any program, activity, or may or otherwise act in any manner that is not in conflict with or inconsistent with or preempted by any law that is not in conflict with the purposes for which the community college districts are established. This is what's called permissive. So basically, you as a board can do anything so long as, and then the next part is where we have the restrictions. You can do anything so long as it is not in conflict with, inconsistent with, or preempted by any law. So we know that there are labor laws that we have to follow. We cannot draft, you as a board cannot draft or adopt any policy that would violate the labor laws. We have laws under the Fair Employment and Housing Act. Those are, you can't discriminate, you can't harass, you can't retaliate. So the board would not be authorized to implement any law that would violate that. There are conflict of interest laws under the Political Reform Act and common laws related to that. And there are numerous transparency laws, the Brown Act, the Public Records Act. And then there are, and I almost brought it since you're an educational institution, decided wasn't going to carry it down, but I was going to bring the education code. You probably have seen it. There are 2 volumes that are like this, and they have very small print. You cannot adopt any policy or rule that is inconsistent with the provisions of the education code. So long as you did that, in other words, just follow the law, you have broad legal authorities as a board. And there is a second restriction in this code. It cannot, whatever actions are taken, whatever program is implemented, whatever contract is approved, cannot be in conflict with the purpose of the community college district. So I took the mission directly from the district's website. The mission of the Los Angeles Community College District is to foster student success for all individuals seeking advancement by providing equitable, supportive learning environment at the 9 colleges. So that means any contract that's entered into, any program that is adopted has to have an educational benefit to it. And to give an illustration of in the private sector of something that would be different is, we all know Elon Musk and his cars and Tesla and all of the industry related to clean air and that sort of stuff. But then suddenly he became interested in, I'll probably, Snapchat, right? Was that what? Snapchat. Twitter. That has, Twitter, okay. That has nothing to do with electrical cars or good energy or clean energy or anything like that. But he's in the private sector. He can completely shift over and do something different, and that's not a problem. Did he buy it or did he?
No, it was a buy. It was a buy.
Okay.
They never bought it.
He was going to buy it. If he has any interest in, he can do that. As a public educational community college district, The board cannot do anything like that. There has to be you have to be able to articulate the educational benefit of entering into any agreement. So that is the second restriction. The section 70902 then goes through what you must do as a board. You must establish policies for and approve current and long-range academic and facilities programs. So you have, as you know, LACCD has a masterful, wonderful construction facilities department and program. You must establish policies for and approve instruction and education. And there is obviously within that education code, the shared governance. You have your faculty, you have your staff, you have your bargaining partners to do that. But at the end of the day, you are the body that does that. You must employ and you must assign all personnel. There is a personnel commission here. They have certain rules, but that is a duty that is attributed to you by the education code as a mandatory action. You must determine the need for calling elections or the need for issuing bonds. And again, you have the ability to get assistance, but that is a duty that is given specifically to the Board of Governors, to the Board of Directors. Restrictions on carrying out these duties, again, in the code, although it said that earlier, it can only be carried out as long as it's not inconsistent or conflicting with any other laws of the state. Sorry, Crystal. Okay. The board obviously cannot run a massive institution like this. So you do have, under this statutory scheme, the right to delegate. And the statute says, wherever in this section or in any other statute, a power is vested in the governing board may, by a majority vote, adopt a rule delegating the district's responsibilities to the chief executive officer or any other employee or committee as this governing body may designate. However, the governing body shall not delegate any power that is expressly non-delegable by the statute. Any rule delegating authority shall prescribe the limits of the delegation. So you probably are the most familiar with contracting authority. You have the right to delegate in terms of a certain dollar amount, no more than X amount of dollars, or you have the right to delegate to staff to bring back recommendations on curriculum or whatever the case may be. So you can delegate your authority so long as there are certain restrictions on that, and so long as it's not a duty that is affirmatively placed on the board of trustees. And so what are some of those non-delegable examples? There are numerous ones, but just a couple of examples for purposes of our conversation this morning. And one of them is the right to delegate contracting authority. You're going to delegate to your staff the ability to comply fully with all the public contracting code. So doing the request for proposals, the request for qualifications, and doing all of the competitive bids or whatever the case may be. But the education code states clearly that there is no contract that can be legally enforceable against the district unless it is ratified or approved by this board. So you do have in your agenda separate sections where you've delegated the authority of contracting up to a certain dollar amount. Those are generally going to be either your consent or some item that does not require significant discussion. If it wasn't delegated, you're probably going to engage in a more significant conversation about that. The second duty that's imposed on the board is the duty to employ, pay, and otherwise control the services of persons in non-academic positions in accordance with the provisions of this article. And so again, non-academic, we know that for purposes of your credentialed staff, there are going to be licensing requirements by the state. You can only teach certain criteria if you have a certain credential. You have your faculty staff as well that is going to monitor and determine the hiring provisions. But when it comes to your classified staff, when it comes to all of us, you have the duty to hire and employ those individuals. You have the Personnel Commission that also engages in certain duties that are imposed by the Personnel Commission. Not all community colleges have personnel commissions, but you opted at some point in your history to adopt what's known as a merit system. And so the role of your personnel commission is to ensure that you have job descriptions, that when individuals apply for a job, there's going to be a description of you must have, you know, in our instance, you must have had experience serving as an educational lawyer. You must have been a lawyer for X amount of time. That is the criteria that establishes the merit. Once your personnel commission does the initial screening and says, here's the following 5, 10 candidates, whatever the case may be, that meet that criteria, you as a board then get to interview those individuals and you get to decide who to hire, as well as deciding the placement of their pay schedule. So if you have steps 1 through 5, you get to decide. So that is a duty that is statutorily imposed on on this board. Now, in addition to statutes, to your board rules, to case law, you also have what's known as attorney general opinions. So the attorney general, and I don't know to what extent this body has done it in the past, but the attorney general normally issues advisory opinions. So if you have a question as a state official, assembly member, or senator, or even you as board of trustees, if you have a question and you don't want to wait until you get sued so the courts can tell you how to interpret a particular issue, you have the right to ask the attorney general for an opinion. And so you write them the question, here are the relevant facts, what is the legal opinion? It doesn't protect you the way a new law would, but it gives, the courts give significant weight to an attorney general opinions analysis. And so as it relates again to the duty of employees, the attorney general opinions combined have stated, it is the district board that is vested with the power to prescribe the duties to be performed by all persons in the classified service, except those assigned to the commission, prescribe the order paid and the compensation of classified employees, employee pay, and otherwise control the services of such employees, or suspend or dismiss an employee. And so the attorney general opinions, and I included in the bottom a whole host of citations to different legal opinions that have been issued by the attorney general on that point.
That's for them.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Posted. You were here when we did that.
It always is. I think it's a very useful and important tool that does not always get utilized effectively by public entities. Not anyone can ask for those attorney general opinions, but you can. And it is a cost-effective way to get resolution on an issue without waiting to be sued or having to sue someone to get clarity on it. And again, there's no cost when it goes to the attorney general. So that's wonderful to hear that it has been used here in the past. Now, specifically as it relates to, yes.
Ask a question, or we just reviewed?
Oh, we asked a question, and Chancellor, you can remind me if I was wrong. I believe we asked a question about construction method, dealing with, we asked a couple of opinions, but one of them that I remember was de-SPAC construction method. And I believe there was another one, another area of governance.
That's important to know, just for everyone. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a very, very useful tool. There's also, you can sometimes get a legislative counsel's opinion if you have a statutory section that you don't know. Those, I think, are okay to use if there's those aren't public, and those don't receive the same weight in the courts. And they're also normally, so they're usually confidential. So we want to know something, whether we're doing something right or not. We can ask for that, but it's not as helpful as an attorney general opinion that's public. So now everyone knows what the answer is from the state's attorney, the analysis of that particular issue. Now, turning to the relationship with your legal counsel. So we all know the easy relationship between an attorney and when there's one client. I have a client, they ask me for something, we have attorney-client privilege. Those are normally very straightforward, easy relationships. They're a little bit more dynamic and multidimensional when you are an attorney that represents an entity. Because on a day-to-day basis, I answer questions from department heads, yesterday I received a phone call from one of an individual that works for one of our foundations. And so on a day-to-day basis, providing that legal advice is multidimensional. But it can get a little bit more complicated when there's disagreement among the different individuals of the entity. So it's important to remember that despite the fact that it is multidimensional, there are very clearly established legal rules about who is the client, who holds the privilege, and who I or anyone from the Office of General Counsel's office, which is, as you all may know, or if you don't know, you have an Office of General Counsel with very, very hardworking, incredibly intelligent attorneys and staff, and so it's always been a privilege to have worked with them for years. So in terms of who is the client, under the rules of professional conduct, which govern any attorney, and again, as we talked about, although the board may adopt rules, those rules cannot be in conflict with any state laws. And so for lawyers, there is a rule of professional conduct that applies specifically when your client is an organization. And it reads, in representing an organization, a member shall conform his or her representation to the concept that the client is the organization itself, acting through its highest authorized officer, employee, body, or constituent overseeing the particular engagement. Here, the client for any attorney is the district, and the highest authority for the district is the governing board. And so to the extent there is ever any attorney-client privilege information, the only way that client privilege gets waived is through action by the majority of this board. If there is any dispute between what should be done between the chancellor, between your college presidents, between your directors of facility, ultimately, the majority of this board gives the attorneys the direction on what they can or cannot do.
Just clarify when attorney privilege kicks in. Certainly, there's some restrictions of what goes into closed session. Not everything goes into closed session has to be so. But in terms of there can be at times ambiguity. You can't just declare it attorney-client privilege. There has to be cause and reason because we have a responsibility to the public.
That's an excellent question. There are two different issues that apply in terms of confidential information for public bodies. So if you receive information in closed session, the closed session information remains confidential. Whether or not it is attorney-client privilege, there is some reporting out obligations and you report out certain information, but the conversation is protected under what's called a deliberative process privilege. So you have the right to go into closed session as long as it's a discussion within one of the authorized items and have a very frank and very honest conversation about the issue. And anything that's discussed there is confidential unless you come out and report it. And there are consequences for breaching that confidentiality. Not serious for the elected officials, but nonetheless, it has to remain. For purposes of attorney-client privilege, the best practice that I always recommend is you'll see when you receive something from your legal counsel, it'll have bold letters at the top that says attorney-client privilege if it's given to you in writing. If it has that bold attorney-client privilege, it is attorney-client privileged. If I am in closed session or if any attorney is in closed session having a conversation with you, it is attorney-client privilege. Just assume in closed session, everything is going to be attorney-client privilege because you're normally discussing existing litigation, potential litigation, anticipated litigation. And so disclosing any of that information would give the other side an advantage. So for example, when you come out and of closed session and you've just discussed anticipated litigation or even existing litigation, you're not going to report out, we're thinking of using the following strategy because your opposing counsel is then going to have an advantage that it wouldn't be fair to public entities. So you normally say no reportable action to do that. The attorney-client privilege rarely attaches if it's just one individual. However, so for example, because the entity is the client, there's always an important need to clarify with employees. So if I'm having a conversation with Susie Smith, who is an employee of the district. It is always important to say what I'm telling you, to the extent it would be a legal issue for the entity, she would not have the ability to go and disclose it, but she's also not the client. So if anything happens where then Susie Smith becomes adverse to the district, there is no attorney-client protection for her. So it is a very sensitive situation for your Office of General Counsel, for your attorneys, to always make clear to employees in particular, you're not my client, the entity is my client.
To declare that it's attorney-client privilege, should it be, or should it be the client, or should it be?
Well, if an individual, so if an employee were to come to me and say, I want to have a conversation with you, and this is going to be attorney-client privilege, it's my responsibility to clarify, maybe, maybe not. Because if you come to me, and here's an example, if you come to me and you tell me that you've just embezzled, you know, whatever amount of money, you're not my client. If you embezzle the money from my client, then I have a legal obligation to go and let my client know, which again, who is the client, the entity through whom, through the highest body, which is you. So it's normally incumbent upon the lawyer to make it clear what you're telling me here is not going to be attorney-client privilege to the extent it's going to be adverse to my client, because my client is the entity. That normally doesn't come up, because if someone comes to me and says, oh, you know, we're having some issues in enforcing this contract, or we want to terminate this contract with the following vendor, they are going to be my client, because all the advice I'm going to give them, okay, if we terminate the contract, here are going to be the possible consequences of that. We may have to pay them damages. We may have to do the following. We may end up in litigation. So they are my client because they are acting on behalf of the district. So it is important for us to make that clear when we're having a conversation with individuals.
Two related questions. One, does any board member have the right to ask you a question? And when the board member asks you a question, does that fall under confidentiality? And if it does fall under confidentiality, who has the right to know of that?
So as your newest employee, I get to, I was telling this to staff, I get to rely on my learning curve a little bit while we get to know each other. In the 2 decades that I have been advising public agencies and public bodies, I have felt that I am the most useful to the entity and to the body when we are clear that anyone can come and ask questions. Because in the next page, and Crystal, my role should be preventative. My role here should be to protect the board. My role here is to protect the district. And the only way that I can do my job well is if individuals come to me before there is a problem. So if you're thinking as an individual board member, here's what I'd like to do. My recommendation is that, and I don't know what the practice is here, because sometimes you can develop your own internal rules of, okay, here's how we're gonna go to legal counsel. My preference and the way that I've seen in nearly 20 years and representing all kinds of different public agencies is you should be able to ask me any question, me or any of the attorneys in our office, any question that you have. If there is an issue that's going to impact the district, the best practice is that we provide you a written opinion and give it to the entire board. And if we're all working from the same set of facts, understanding the legal, one thing that we need to remember as well is, and I always say this, that's why attorneys stay, despite the fact that people tend not to really like attorneys, we always stay in business and you will always be calling us for one thing or another. If you have 10 attorneys in one room, you will have 10 different legal opinions because we get paid to disagree. We get paid to dissect 2 words or a statute. So we get trained to disagree. That is what we get trained to do. And just to share a little bit of experience of what I had, with your neighbors down the street, Los Angeles Unified School District, the 2nd largest school district in the country, large like you are in a very different way from K through 12. There was a time period where they had only their general counsel. And they were having issues primarily with their construction program. That was during the time that they were trying to build Belmont. one of the most expensive schools in the, I think in the universe, not only in the world. And, they had a whole host of problems. And the board did not find out about many of those problems until they became lawsuits or they were on the front page back then of the LA Times. I guess today it would be in, I don't know, Twitter or some other social media platform. But back then, the board wouldn't find out about it until it was too late. And so the board was very frustrated. And so they created a situation where the board had their own lawyer, special counsel to the board. And I held that position for 5 years. And I can tell you that that was the most challenging time of my life. Because despite the fact that we know, the general counsel knew, and I knew that for purposes of the rules of professional conduct, our client was the entity. It was, what we did is we lawyers get trained to be zealous advocate for our client. My client was the board. His client was the superintendent. Guess what we did? We went into a room and we just went like this. We couldn't agree that this was white. I would say this is kind of whatever it was, we could not agree on anything. So it was a structure that was intended to allow the board to get more information. And instead, it resulted in being a very adversarial situation. When I left, I pleaded with them. They ultimately did get rid of that. You need to have one lawyer. And your top executive, in this case, your chancellor and the board have to have the confidence that your lawyer is providing all of you with the same information. You need to trust that the legal advice, despite the fact that you may or may not like it on any given time, is going to be fair. It's going to be truthful. And what I try to do, the way that I like to lawyer is I rarely, and please call me if I ever do this, I rarely say no. I just don't. And I give the difficult example of, can I kill someone, right? Well, the answer is actually not no. What if it's in self-defense? What if it's, there are situations where there is going to be a legal question that you're going to say, my life's in jeopardy, my child's life's in jeopardy, and there may be an answer that is a little different. So what I try to do is I will always give you legal advice that gives you options and tells you what the legal exposure is going to be if, in fact, you choose option A. These are going to be the problems. You're going to get sued. You're probably not going to win. But if it's an important policy decision for the board, you may decide to take that. And so that is like the brief. I was hoping to give you more time to ask questions if there are any questions. There will be instances where there are conflicts, either among the board members, and in that instance, we can certainly have a conversation of what is the conflict, who's entitled to conflict counsel, and what are the benefits, the pros and the cons of getting that. So there absolutely could be.
I just finished working with another district. They just hired a brand new leader. And the board was trying to figure out how to negotiate the contract. And in that case, because that person's going to report directly to the chancellor, they decided to get outside counsel just to advising on that topic. So the board does have the flexibility if there's an issue regarding reporting lines or very specific items, but they could get outside counsel.
That's a perfect example of, in that instance, there may not be a legal conflict, but from an operational perspective, it makes all the sense in the world to say, okay, you're going to be working with this individual day to day. You don't want to create an adversarial relationship between your general counsel and your chancellor. So that would be a very prudent approach.
So there's that flexibility that the board has.
Yes. Are there any questions?
Most of the way you've described authority of the governing body is as a unit. price of a number of individuals. Can you ask for your opinion for the roles of the individual versus, I guess I could say the role of a majority, whatever the vote threshold is needed for whatever. And don't have very clearly defined sort of roles and responsibilities for our officers, but it probably heads into this role versus how do you sort of deal with circumstances that could arise that act apart from the group, and we're trying to sort of bring it together to get some
from an organizational perspective, obviously today's retreat is a wonderful step so that you can understand each other. From a legal perspective, from my lens, you are each elected officials. And there is 7 of you who were elected by constituents because you have a very clear view of what you want to do. And so as individuals, as elected officials, you have all the rights to go out and do whatever you committed to doing for your constituents. And from any legal questions, we certainly would be here. And what I've seen from the district is all of the individuals that work here are always ready and available and very intelligent, knowledgeable about their particular area to answer questions. From a legal perspective of what can you do or not do as an individual, you can't bind the district. I mean, things have to happen as a majority rule, and the statutory scheme is very clear that it has to be a majority of the board that takes these actions, and they have to be taken in compliance with the Brown Act. You have to have these discussions in open session and noticed meetings or in closed session when permitted, but in notice meeting where you get to articulate your position. And so my role in that sense is a little easier because a majority of you have to give me direction to take an affirmative action, such as initiating litigation or settling a case or whatever the case may be. So for me as the attorney, since my universe is rather small in terms of what I can or can't do, I can do very, very little without your directive, with the majority of you. But as individuals, if somebody comes and says, can you make sure you call so-and-so back? Can you make sure you look into this legal issue? Can you make sure the following college president has the legal guidance that they need and the help? You can tell us that, and we're going to make sure that everyone gets. But in terms of saying, I'd like you to initiate that following lawsuit, an individual can't do that. I'd like you to make sure you settle this case, an individual board member can't do that. It has to be the majority as a body at a meeting.
Questions?
The
One
trustee.
question. And then I don't know how to phrase this. As far as guidance for, obviously this is a governing board and we make decisions that have heavy legal implications. But in terms of advisory boards, what does the general counsel play in those, or how would you say your role affects an advisory board that doesn't have to make big decisions that affect a large group of people? Rather it's just providing guidance and strategies for how to perform.
I think if we still have, I can't see back there, but if we still have the preventative legal advice slide up there, our role as the attorneys for the district, even for advisory boards, is to work with you to identify potential issues, to be preventative if there's any actions or anything that's being done that could result in legal liability for the district, to guide in that respect, to give, if the advisory body normally charged with a certain area would like to do something, we give guidance in that direction. But it normally is limited to legal advice and legal guidance, as opposed to being able to take direction from an advisory body.
Last question. Can we receive or to legal issues? session, or does that only need to be?
It's normally difficult to do any training in closed session because it's very limited when it comes to legal issues to giving your lawyers direction on existing litigation. So if it's a general policy training, it's an open session item. Yes, I think we have one.
Just one last comment. Thank you. This is really helpful. And I appreciate your question, Trustee Callahan. And Chancellor, you may remember that there was a student affairs committee meeting. That's the student body, the student trustee runs those. Years ago, when an organization came to present, they were doing something with students. And so they came to present and they were using the LACCD logo. Do you remember this? And from that committee, there was a recommendation to go to general counsel to sue that entity because they were using our logo. So that's an example of how our general counsel can help with advisory committee meetings and things that may arise. It turned out that our logo hadn't been patented. Was that okay? And so so out of that came something really good.
That's an excellent example.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you.
Answer?
Thank you, Council Medina, for the excellent presentation. My comments under my section here, I think dovetail nicely with what's been shared here. What I'd like to do is briefly review the organizational chart. This is what I'll be referring to, Board Policy 2430, accrediting process. Then under tab 5, you have the general descriptions of the general counsel and the external auditor. You have everything in front of you. The org chart under tab 3 is Board Policy 2430. Tab 4 has the accrediting process, and then I mentioned the other two under tab 5. So everything is in front of you. So let me begin. First, the organizational chart that you have in front of you, I placed in front of your desk area. You see how the Board of Trustees is the ultimate decision-making body. You have a single chief executive officer as chancellor. And then in my office, you have a series of folks that through Board Policy 2430, you delegate the authority to the chancellor that the board has. You delegate executive responsibility for administering the board policies that you adopt and approve, and then executing all decisions of the board requiring what they describe as administrative action. The board provides an action through its decision-making process. I act on it. Well, I have a lot of assistance. You can see part of it is with the organizational chart that is here. We have close to 9,000 employees here at LACCD. Our monthly payroll is close to $50 million that we put forth and then in an all funds budget that includes the associated bonds and authority of bonds is close to $6 billion. Very large organization. So clearly having the delegated authority through 2430 makes a lot of sense. You also allow me to delegate the authority that you placed in me to others in the organization to administer colleges and administrative centers. That's what this chart indeed refers to. You also allow, again, through Board Policy 2430, for me to reasonably interpret board policy that you adopt. And how I reasonably interpret that is through administrative procedures, the APs. By the way, I do want to note that we're no longer using the words board rules. We have adopted our league policies, which says board policies and administrative procedures. So we're transitioning through that. We're almost complete with that. So you'll see new language. So when we say board policies, those are indeed the former board rules, same exact functions. So you allow me to reasonably interpret that. Where there is no board policy, you give me the authority to act, but these activities indeed should be relayed back to the board. For example, when we asked the board to adopt Board Policy 2800, and 2,900 related to masking and vaccinations. That was a new activity that came forth because of the circumstances that we found ourselves in. And indeed, when we put together our recommendations for board policies, it's noted to the public 30 days before, and then as a first read, and then it comes back to the board as a final action, typically the month that follows. So that's how we demonstrate to the public our board policies that we'd like you to adopt for the interest of the organization. There also is required accountability, and I'll go to trustee in a second. Required accountability, that means that ensures that what the general counsel just shared, that all laws and regulations are complied with. You hold me responsible for that responsibility and through others, and that the reports that we have to submit for accountability are submitted in a timely fashion. Trustee,
I had a question regarding BPs and APs. You said that they're posted for 30 days, but then do they also go through like a collegial consultation process? A collegial consultation process. So when you have new BPs or APs or adjustments to the existing ones to update, they go through a collegial consultation process.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a whole, the district has about 40 to 50 shared governance committees throughout the district and at our colleges for that collegial consultation process. So we usually get those recommendations. By the way, board policies must be approved by the board, or else we cannot act on them. Administrative procedures you delegate to me, we don't bring those forth to the board for adoption. You delegate that authority to me to do that. It's important to also recognize that in the delineation of duties, roles, and responsibilities, each of the 9 colleges has their own separate college accreditation that is governed through the Accrediting Commission for Colleges, or ACC. Important to note that we have additional verifications, certifications. For example, the culinary schools has an additional certification, validation, accreditation through the commission that looks at culinary schools. The Board of Registered Nursing governs the roles, responsibilities of the 7 schools of nursing that we have. The veterinary technology program at Pierce College, for example, has its own accrediting body for that. The cosmetology school at Trade and automotive programs, et cetera, et cetera. So the ACCJC is the overall, it's a part of the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. It guarantees quality. It assures that we're governing ourselves in the public's interest and the public trust. And it has certain standards, standards 1 through 4. Standard 4, and it's underneath one of your tabs here. It's underneath the tab 4, the accreditation process, and standard 4 governs the responsibilities of the board. So the accrediting process occurs every 7 years now. This spring, we will be visited by an accrediting team. We have already begun to review the reports. We call the ICERs, and the description is under tab 3. Underneath the auspices of the effectiveness Services Committee that Chair Henderson over. So that process is going on. So I wanted to make sure that from that standpoint, the colleges are separately accredited. The district is accredited through the accreditation of the college. No separate district accreditation. And there are things like that happen locally through shared governance processes at the colleges. Curriculum. We don't have the exact same curriculum at all. And activity. The governance processes, while we have the architecture for governance at each of the schools of similar pattern, the governance structures at each of the schools will modify itself to the local conditions. Most of our activities, a good number of them, indeed are what we call centralized. For example, the budget allocation model is a centralized process. We don't give resources to colleges that are different based on who they are. We have a general model that through our local process, District Budget Council, for example, provides a lot of support through that. And our procedures support that. In our policy support an allocation model. IT, facilities, and legal. Those are all things that we do together. The colleges don't have their own legal team, their own facilities team by itself that can act independent of the larger body. That's why we have the vice chancellor and chief facility executive. Excuse me, pardon me.
Thank you, Chancellor. Minister a or issue or create a new administrative.
It's posted to our website under our board of policies and administrative procedures. It's the details, it's the operationalization of your board policy. So that's how we distribute it.
And one more question. So if, for example, the district would like each college to, for example, redesign their websites, is that an administrative procedure or not?
No, I would say not. That actually is occurring. And I would say that comes forth as a recommendation. This one came as a way to better serve our students, the ITTP, that word, Councilman Beckman? TTIP committee that deals with technology is one of our shared governance committees that trustee, referred to. That recommendation would come from that body and up ultimately to my office, and we would indeed approve that. So it doesn't come to the board. That is seen as an operational.
So that's more your directive as
Yes.
a chancellor's
Yes,
office?
yes.
The chancellor's office.
Yeah, I think that's sure, because we would receive that as a recommendation and we would act on it.
Right, thank you.
So just concluding here quickly, there are things, for example, the last example of where we would bring one district, one voice. When we submit our enrollment report, there's only one report. It's called the 320 report that we submit, made up of multiple parts, but one district enrollment report and one district budget report. So that's how we ensure that we work as one unit called the LACCD. When we take on, and Trustee Vela knows as well, as the chair of Legend Public Affairs, we have a single district position on our budgetary requests to the state or federal government. And we have a single district position on any legislative laws that are being considered. A single one. We don't deviate from that at all. Sir?
A question in terms of because one of, and please verify, in conversations developing today's conversation, I asked the chancellor what would be helpful to know from the staff perspective. What would they like from the board in terms of to be more, and from the board, what would be helpful in terms of communication with staff in order for efficiency, right? So basic questions. And as I was trying to frame a question right now, and is there a set of questions or the framing of type of questions that you don't need to tell us right now that staff might like, with related to budget, right? This is how we like our questions, whether, for them to be precise, ahead of time, so that you folks have enough time to answer the questions.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent point there. I think that's the example, and having an exercise such as what are the types of questions that would be most useful to staff. We take a considerable amount of time and to put together the board agenda. And so as the board agenda is being formulated, we rely on the board leadership to give us a sense that what we're placing on the agenda for the following month is indeed clear, that we could justify and support the recommendation. Every single item on the board agenda, we'd like the board to say yes to, because it moves the organization forward. There isn't anything we don't put a single item on there that says, well, let's see what the board says. We do not do that. It's my responsibility to take your direction, offer advice and support so that the organization can move forward. So what's most helpful, board president, is that when we post the agenda, if there are questions between when it's posted and the board meeting itself, contact me directly, and all you do. And then I call you or communicate with you any questions on these. We'd rather have the detail to know your questions beforehand so that we can be prepared in a public session to be efficient, to be clear. And you've seen me do this before. There are times, it's rare, but there are times that there is a public agenda placed and we don't get to consensus And the board president and I agreed to pull an item, and I will ask you to do that so that we can have the item returned when there's sufficient background and information. You all can make an informed decision about the district. So that is perhaps the most important thing. Let us know. It's and to give us time to do that. We don't like to say, well, we need time to research this. We don't have an answer. Give us a heads up so we can get the research done at the board meeting to be efficient. And then if it's enough for you to make a decision, we applaud that and we move forward and we implement it. So that's key, absolutely key. I'll conclude my pieces here with just noting under tab, I mentioned tab 4, the accreditation process. You will be involved with that. Trustees are central to the conversation with our accrediting body. Standard 4 is in there. So please take a look at that. And then I've included, and our general counsel did a nice job in describing the role as our chief legal officer and advisor to the entity that is made up of the board of trustees, the chancellor, the personnel commission, and senior management. That's who you support. That's your client. But that encompasses the overall client being the LACCD. I thought that was a clear delineation. The general counsel advises the board, chancellor, and staff on legal matters related to governance, policies, and projects of the district. Now, we have 5 full-time attorneys at the OGC, but there is work that we outsource. It's important to know that there are activities related to the board's functions and our support of you all for good decision-making around where we bring in extra support around facilities in particular, human resources, employment matters, or areas that are related to student services or something that requires additional legal advice and expertise. We have a full bench that the board authorizes for us around facilities, full bench that we could draw on if the general counsel needs some support to do that. I call her position in this case, someway, air traffic control. From the standpoint that she will bring in whatever resources are needed to hold true to its rights, responsibilities, and authorization. And we have done that without exception. We don't hold back on limiting the exposure and maximizing opportunity. The last piece, and I'll conclude with this, is the role of the external auditor. In part, you have a fiduciary responsibility as members of the board for the fiscal health of the organization. What these external auditors do is to provide you information that they provide through an unbiased and independent audit report, the fiscal health of the organization. And these are typically persons who are certified public accountants. They're external auditors. They perform audits, and then ultimately they attest in writing with name and the professional licensure that the fiscal health of the organization is X. They will put where there are warnings, they will demonstrate where there are things to look after, or they will affirm that you're administering the policies of the board and et cetera, as governed by rules, laws, expectations, professional standards. So that's the independent body that supports your fiduciary responsibility. I would only mention as well that we also have other rating systems that govern the fiscal health of the organization around bonds. We ask and sell bonds that construct our facilities. We do have Moody and Standard & Poor's that gives us a bond rating. And I'm very happy to report that we've had AAA rating for many years now, again, because of the fiscal health and balance of the organization itself. So I'll conclude with that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to say, Chancellor, right now you did something absolutely perfect, 100%, 1000%. Is that you told us exactly, once we're told this in a public meeting, that we have the obligation in terms of the right to the audit, not about the audit, we as a board then have the obligation to exercise,
absolutely,
to do that. And once we're told that, it's on us. Hence, this was a shared downloading. And thank you for being that precise, because in the exercise of rights, duties, and obligations, staff sometimes might forget, for whatever reason. So that's up to us to say it. We've had today we went over something. I forgot something. Chance reminded me. We have to exercise those rights, duties, and responsibilities. Narcissa, you wanted to say one thing, then we're going to move on to our emeritus president.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You want to go up first?
Yes. Yes. As they stand today, have they noticed that there is one vacant position there? Yes, that reports to Dr. Nish as well as the Human Resources Vice Chancellor. We did for the moment. It's governed under the Vice Chancellor and Chief Business Officer, Ms. Gordon. Yes. A Chief Financial Officer, yes, CFO, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
And this might have been a carryover question to council. You know, the one thing about our level as opposed to the K through 12, you know, we have this section 53206, it deals with participatory governance. And at times, that's sometimes where it feels cumbersome and long because there's a consultation process. And, you know, many people, unless they come from within the system and they've been participating in that, don't realize, you know, what needs to go to that. That's why sometimes we get recommendations forward, it's a list, goes to the consultation process, but it doesn't cover everything, right? It covers very specific areas. I think it would be helpful for us in the future to really get clear on what consultation is, because very often in this district, you know, we hear consultation, but we also hear workplace standards, right? Which may be through our employee representatives. And even though the employee representatives, they are different than the academic senate in terms of the law.
Yes.
And so how we interact and how we go through decision making, there is a consultation process here, and there is a contractual process on the other side.
That's correct.
That also is in the middle of decision making for us, the administrative procedure for you, certainly when it comes to the legal side of things. That I think we got to have a deeper dive at some point.
Precisely, Trustee Vettis, Senate Bill 1725 outlines that 1988 in terms of outlining the sort of academic standards, professional standards governed by academic senates in particular and shared governance. And then those are further codified in the academic sector where we rely primarily on the academic senate for matters such as curriculum. And if we don't, we have to have clear reason why. So one way is to look at academic and professional standards, academic senate, and working conditions and wages, or our labor partners, our 6 labor partners at LACCD. And then we have a whole series of unrepresented groups that are governed. But those are 2 major sort of delineation points: academic and professional matters on the one side, wages, working conditions on the other. All of it is governed within our larger consultation process. And we do that monthly with our partners, if not more than that, at least with my office. And I'm part of those different meetings.
Is that your 2 questions?
Yeah, just it just was
Yeah,
a
we'll-
clear
we'll
inclusion, but
clear
it
that.
happens.
We'll get
It's
some
practice.
information on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Bona. You know, Chancellor, I'm a little concerned about the way that human resources was switched or reorganized, because when I was first on the board, obviously that position reported directly to you. And as we're transitioning now and really going out to look for a top level human resources professional, I'm just wondering why you would have the Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Adult Ed be a direct report and human resources not. You don't have to answer it yet. And because in many instances, the human resources person, whether they're a vice president or a vice chancellor, also serve in like an assistant superintendent role. So I don't know how we're going to attract top level human resources professionals if it's not upward, like an upward move for them, and if they're not reporting directly to the chancellor. And this has nothing to do with Dr. Nish, who I think is fantastic and phenomenal and amazing in the job that you're doing. But is there a way to switch maybe those 2 positions and have the workforce and adult ed vice chancellor report to the deputy chancellor and put the top human resources professional back under your direct report? Because I see chancellor and vice chancellor of human resources really working very closely together And for me, as a trustee, that's important in order to attract top talent.
I appreciate the observation there, and the idea is to try to provide the support to all the vice chancellors because they are in very important roles. This was more just initially roles, responsibilities, and 16 direct reports is seen as untenable in most organizations, but we do that here. They say that 5 is the right number, and I'm 3 times that, but that's the role of the chancellor. So, but excellent points that you're making. Dr. Nish and I are having conversations about
And
how
the
best
CIO
support the
could
function.
go to Dr. Nish also, maybe. Just give Dr. Nish the 16 direct reports. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so no, I appreciate the observation.
Okay.
I have a question and a comment, and I agree with Trustee Hoffman on that. I was, just thinking about how important, as we move on, to have a pulse of it. And so, for me, having you, and giving you, focus to be able to discuss, your org chart as you modify it to better suit and help you. I would like for the whole board to discuss, your changes before they're made so that, you can also reflect to us what are some of those needs that you have as a chancellor. Because I also see that other side that's an extremely large responsibility. And I think the other thing that I'd like to see in the future for my colleagues to kind of think about is, creating an official office of the Board of Trustees that would take the responsibility from us having to directly bug you all day with phone calls and texts. And so the idea would be more to have the ability for there to be point people, like whether in your office it's Sui or in our office it's Lupe, so that there's more of an even distribution of requests to you. So what I would imagine for me being at work during the day, yet, things come up, is for me to be able to not go directly to the office of the chancellor, but to go directly to the Board of Trustee office to work that out with your office. Because right now I feel like I'm an unnecessary call to you during the daytime where I think it could be just delegated. And so I feel comfortable right now going to Lupe and Crystal, say when you get the chance, ask the, chancellor staff for him to give me a call, or this is a problem that's arising, or heads up, in a way that an email can be very trustworthy and confidential, and not, the texting that goes back between a trustee and a chancellor is obviously good, and those are the communications we have to have. But I do think that recognizing that ability to have, communication between the Board of Trustees office and the chancellor's office would be something that would be helpful for me. And I don't know, obviously the trustees all operate in different ways. So that would be another thing that I think would help. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course.
Can I say something respectfully?
Yeah.
We will
And
have
we
time.
also have, we're a little behind.
Yeah,
on time.
Ernie is also, we have time. If you look at the schedule at 1:10, we actually put some of these questions in there, and they'll give the board. So maybe what we could do now is say Chancellor at 1:10.
I'm sorry.
Questions can
Okay.
No, I just want to make sure that we're
No,
aware that a trustee Moreno is waiting for us. Is that okay? So
No, that's
1:10,
fine.
look at 1:10. It has the question, what does trustee need to know? Okay, what does the staff need to know? Those questions are there, so we'll come back to that.
All right, thank you for your attention.
Okay, my pleasure. So let's so we had Trustee Moreno at 11:40. Lupe, or is the lunch ready? Would she?
Without getting it, so we can go ahead if you want to.
Okay, let's go ahead. Ernie?
Yes, thank you. A little hoarse right now.
Just so you know, only because I don't see you, I'm just gonna put a 15-minute time clock, but I don't want you to think I'm being rude. I'm just only because I can't see you.
No, I understand. I'll try to make it quick.
President Moreno, everybody has copies of your charts.
Oh, terrific. I asked the Office of Budget Management Analysis to prepare these charts. These are items you may have seen before in some of your budgetary meetings. And I thought it would be appropriate, consistent with my image in terms of being the yellow quadrant, an individual who's looking at the details and concerned about some of the information that we have today. We have good and bad news. And let me tell you what the chart does. What it does, it tracks our enrollment, or excuse me, our FTS. The highest position there, you'll see the 107,978 of that curve, the top chart. That particular number is important because that's the number we are being paid for. The state of California is funding us at that level as a way of providing for the hold harmless approach to our budget. Now you'll notice that we took the subsequent years and the declining FTS. So you'll see in the year 2020-21, we reported 87,000. And then we move on to what looks like our current report for this previous year, which is 21-22, which will probably be reported at 74,500. Now, the reason that's important to us is because that's a decline in over more than 30% decline. And that is the amount of student or the number of FTE we're producing with a revenue from the state of 107,000 FTE. So basically, we're spending a lot of money to educate a relatively small number. Now, the good part of it is that they identified that higher point for our future funding, which then preserves our current situation. However, it is a bit artificial. Now, the office, the budget office, put together an expectation of 10 years from this time forward. And that was based on a number of assumptions, and you'll see that there are assumptions in that box, that little box below that. Basically, it essentially, from 2021-22, it gives us approximately 2.3%, that 2.3% increase per year from to 2024, 2025, that 2.3% is taken from what we have as our capital construction plans at the state level, and that's what the state is projecting our growth to be. Then the other part of the growth that is projected, it comes from our experience at the time when we had a significant decline in enrollment, and that would have been 2008-9, and the growth, that the projection is based upon the concept that the economic crisis creates greater growth in our institution. So that's a projection. Again, we have to do a lot of things to make this happen. That's kind of, in my opinion, kind of a rosy picture. And then it kind of balances out, and we have a small depression in terms of a decline after that post-recession. And we're making a lot of assumptions about the economic of the country and the state. However, what's important to remember, and if you go down to the lower chart, the next chart, you'll drop that down on the screen, Crystal or Lupe. There, thank you. What's important about this is that what we've done is, or they've done, is run two scenarios. Scenario one is the first chart, and that scenario incorporates what is defined as a floor. Now, if you'll stay with me just a second, you'll notice that the columns beginning 2020-21, What we have is our total amount of resources, total expenditures. Now, it turns out that the expenditure number is actually a bit incorrect. Strike that. It is correct, but what we're doing in reality is using HERFA money to save our own budget so that the expenditures relative to 100 monies, as an example, in 2020-21 of 703 million, that really doesn't incorporate the HERFA money. So what we do are we're reserving the monies from our 100 budget, and we're now increasing our, if you look at the net below that, you'll see that we have our fund balances, a carryover, and then a net less expenditures, which is the amount of savings we experienced, which accounts to provides almost 21% reserve. Now you take those same activities moving forward, and you'll see 2021-22, 2022-23, which is what we're in now. In each of the instances, we're looking at a fund reserve about 21%, which is, or excuse me, 22%, which is pretty healthy. But as we move on to 23-24 is 21%, and then on to 24-25. Now, mind you, that entire period of time, we're really receiving funding for that 107,000 FTS that we really currently don't earn. Now, there's an assumption into each of these columns as we move forward that the enrollment is that enrollment that we identified earlier in the graph. But as we move on to the end of 2025, beginning 25-26, there is a shift there. We are in fact held harmless to that time. However, after that, it is proposed, we understand on the part of the governor's budget, to have some kind of a floor, which means that we would continue to earn revenue based upon the 107,000. And we might then from that time forward, you'll see that as we project revenue and expenditures, we still are living kind of in an unreal world, because you look at the bottom, there is continued, even though we are going to, in fact, given the subsidies provided under the 107,000 FTS, we're spending money and still maintaining a reserve. In all candor, that this is the good scenario. This is the best scenario. This is the one that kind of, I was unaware of this until I looked this more intently. However, it's the next scenario that I'm a bit concerned about, and that has to do with that. If you look at all the same data, if you look at the bottom line, at the very bottom, we talk about the funded balance and expenditures. That's in the bottom, the middle rectangle. At the bottom of that middle rectangle, you'll see there is a percentage of reserves. Now, you'll notice that we're doing okay until we get to the end of 2025. And then subsequent to that, 25-26, if there's no floor, as may be possible, we don't know yet. But if there's no floor, then we start eating away at those reserves, as much as those reserves we've been able to keep, I might add, because we have other contracts and other costs in the interim. But those reserves are now diminished to 12%. What's important about that, I have an understanding also, is that although we mandate a 10% reserve, it is the state of California's interest that we keep at least 2 months of reserve, which is equivalent to 16.7%. So by that time, we'll be well below that. Then if you look at the next month, next year, which is 26, 27, again, these are all based upon the growth that we've already projected in our plan. That will be our reserve would be 6.7%, and then down to 3.4, and you can see it goes down to nothing. Because what we're doing, what's important about this, if you go to the bottom box, you'll see that what we do is we have the difference between the money we receive from the state and the money we actually earn, which is a lot less. We don't earn that amount of money. You'll notice the difference at the bottom is the hold harmless amount. As an example, in 2020-21, it's 142. Let me see that 100 and hold harmless amount. I'm sorry. Is, oops, we're moving there. Is 42 million. Excuse me, 42 million. Then 21-22, again, we've got a projected of 84 million. And then 22-23 is 68 million, moving on down until we get to the end of 2025. We will now be getting, the importance here is that amount of money is the amount of money we're actually earning that we are not eligible to earn, really. So that's a subsidy. In other words, what we're doing is getting more money than we, as mentioned before, that we're earning, but we're depending upon those funds to continue to operate as we are. Without the subsidies, when we get to 2025, we're really, I think, in terrible trouble because we're going to have to make it up by either reduction or increased enrollment. And even our best projections don't indicate that we'll be able to do that. Finally, the last chart I have for you is the chart at the next chart, if you don't mind, Crystal, is the chart that just summarizes the actual cost per FTS. In the actual cost of FTS, the only thing you need to look at rather than look at all these numbers is at the top rectangle, you'll see at the bottom where it says total unrestricted, then you go across to the actual cost per FTS, which is the third column, which is for that year, 2012-13, our actual cost per FTS was 5,189. And you go across to the next year and you'll see that 5,320 and then 5,456 and 5,800. And then finally in the year to 2016-17, it's 6,900. And if you do the same thing in the next column, you'll see that by the time we reach 2021-22, that's the last very right bottom of that chart, you'll see that our cost of FTS is 10,000. We've actually doubled the cost in that period of time, which is really unheard of and unprecedented in all the many years that I've been in this district in a relatively brief period of time. So in essence, what we're doing is kind of eating away at our reserves and our security without making some dramatic shift in the reduction in the amount of money we're spending for all kinds of things. The biggest problem we have is we have a massive reserve that does not necessarily motivate institutions to take those kinds of actions. I raise this issue because when very shortly we'll be having to plan for subsequent years, and it would be important that we engage in some kind of cost-cutting measure now, so as to prepare for what looks like a pretty difficult future. However, it is all based upon whether there's going to be a floor, and that floor is very important to this district. What it does do, though, and when I feel uncomfortable doing, if I was in charge of this ship, is that we're being given a dinghy to live, but we're not really self-sufficient any longer, that we cannot depend upon our operation to operate as it must in order to remain as a solvent institution. I raise this issue because there is not necessarily the statistic that warrant immediate action. However, it does require some planning and maybe an attitude change about how we go about replacing staff, both with regard to management, classified, and faculty, because we're looking down the barrel of not able to pay for everyone should we not receive subsidies. That's kind of a summary of my presentation. Can you hear me?
Ernie, we can hear you perfectly, and
Okay.
thank you. You kept to the time limit almost perfectly. I have a question for my colleagues. So the food is in the lobby. I think we do have some quite. Ernie, who helped you put these charts together?
This was done through Jeanette's office, and it was primarily through the Office of Budget and Management Analysis.
No,
It's their work,
I'm,
yeah,
I'm
not
asking
mine.
that question. I'm asking that question just so everyone knows in terms of, not that if you created it wouldn't be legitimate, but in terms of the institution created these documents and they're based on the institution's documents. So
Right.
my colleagues, do you want to just take a quick minute, get back here and eat a lunch? Yeah, give me 1 second. So we could then ask some questions and ask some questions for the chancellor. It's been about 5-10 minutes. Soon, trustee.
Quick question.
Is it about the food?
It's not about the
Okay,
food. It's just,
give me, no, I need to ask all of us, do we want to take 30 seconds to get our food, come back? That way you would be the first one on the queue to ask the question, or do you want to take 5 minutes and ask with regard to, what's the preference? How many of you would like to get your food in 30 seconds and come back here? Food 2 minutes, then come back. Ernie, we're gonna take a quick break for 2 minutes, then we'll be back. Student trustee, you have the first question, okay? Now, we're limited, we're caught in about 10-15 minutes, so everyone have your precise questions, please, okay?
Okay, Ernie, we'll be right back.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Doing it so we give you
Recording
more
stopped.
attention.
I'm glad you're taking notes.
You have our full attention for 4 minutes and 52 seconds.
So, for my first question,
I want to acknowledge that he's present. Trustee Moreno, are you present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So everyone, if we could, so we're gonna go to Trustee Callahan, then Trustee Eno, I believe, had a question. Right, Trustee Eno?
Yes, please.
Okay, and Trustee Eno. So also, please keep your questions concise. Ask a follow-up, so to give everyone an opportunity to ask a question. Yeah, then Trustee Hoffman, then Trustee Mora, Trustee Vettis. Okay, then Trustee Vela. Okay.
So, the bathroom call, so I wasn't here for the whole presentation, but I would like to know if you and the person who helped you develop this presentation, would you be willing to have or hold another one for at least the SAC committee, or maybe not for the SAC, but for all the members of the SAC committee who would like to have more insight on how the budget is looking for the next fiscal year?
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing, as long as we can do it by Zoom. I'm okay with that.
There you go. Oh,
Thank you.
Trustee Eno. As Trustee Hoffman, we're going to go to you, then back to Trustee Eno. Or Trustee Eno, you ready with your question? Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Moreno. I did have a question regarding, I think I requested you to kind of fill us in. You made a
Recording
comment
in
a couple board
progress.
meetings ago about like just personnel legal issues that we needed to be cognizant of moving forward, right? And so I just wanted, could you recap that?
Yeah, okay. The reason there are two things I really should mention, and that has to do with the 50% law. And it's going to lead up to the response to your question. That 50% law requires that we spend 50% of our money on the primary purpose of the institution, that is education. The other 50% goes to everything else. So every time we reduce the faculty offerings, we might go to the point below the 50%, which means we have to reduce other aspects of the institution in order to get to that 50%. Now, I think the issue you're mentioning is the fact that the Ed Code was changed. It dealt with how we notify our employees about their future employment. I believe that may be the issue you're referring to. Is I believe the code was changed as of January relative to the entire classified service, which requires really the district to engage in planning for a longer, and literally for a year or two in advance, because you've got a whole bunch of notification requirements to change the process about planning. And so that's the reason I think that was an issue. And of course, there's more to it than we can address right now. But I believe that was the issue I may have raised. I can't remember exactly.
Thank you.
Trustee Hoffman?
Hi, Arnie, can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you for the presentation. You know, during the last Great Recession, remember when we were bursting at the seams and we had to turn away? I kind of feel like enrollment started to decline after that, and we never really were able to get back to where we were. Now that we will be heading for another recession in the next couple of years, what's your prediction on enrollment? Do you get the sense that maybe students will start to come back to us like they did back in 2008? Or
I think that we don't know this lower end, you know, the bottom 74,500, that probably should have bounced back with regard to in-person instruction. We don't know what that bounce will be, so that's an unknown. Right now, we're projecting based upon what information we have. I honestly believe that there should be a significant bounce back. However, how high, how much more is unknown. In either instance, we're going to have a struggle to get to that level we reported way back earlier. I look at even if we were to grow 8%, we're still not there in a number of years. So, yeah, there's a major problem ahead. We reduce our expenses, or we earn a phenomenal FTS.
Thank you. My only other comment in terms of the FTES and going back as far back as we're going, those numbers were pre-repeatability laws and other laws that were put into place that sort of limited enrollment. So I'm wondering, maybe.
Oh, are you talking about prior to, you mean, what period, which chart are you talking about there?
I'm talking about that 107,000 that you're going by back in, where was it?
2016, 17.
Right,
Yeah.
that was our peak, but I feel like that was before, maybe that was around when repeatability was eliminated, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
All right, thank you. This was really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple general comments. So first of all, I guess I'll say this. I don't think I've ever seen a 5-year projection at LACCD that doesn't go into deficit. So it's sort of our perpetual state of long-term planning is there's a deficit. But, I think I've been here 10 years and we haven't had a deficit because there's always something that arises to change the conditions. The X variable. We had Prop 32 with Prop 55. We had student-centered funding formulas that was supposed to send us into deficits as well, and actually didn't, and sort of to a different space.
But Steve, I need to correct one item. We're not projecting a deficit. We
are in the long term.
Gentlemen, I'm holding up my virtual rock from this morning, so let's not talk above each other. Ernie, I want to make sure you answer the question completely, so I don't want to be rude, but go ahead, Trustee Bennett.
Well, I'm saying if you look at fund balance and scenario no floor, Governor, all I'm pointing out is that there's an X variable that always seems to arise that changes the conditions that eventually gets us into, sort of a stability state. So long-term planning has always been challenging for the district. I mean, I think, I'm watching K through 12 having to do 3-year plans. And initially that resulted into a lot of deficits on a 3-year plan. But because there's always a constant moving feature, I don't want to sort of take away the long-term figures from the points that I think are important, which are efficiency and sort of value, the sort of what we're able to deliver that's of relevance and importance to students. Those are all sort of key windows. But I think the reality is because so much of our budget is tied to the state of California, and the state of California's budget is, everybody expected 2 years ago we'd have a big COVID decline, right? In terms of what happens in terms of our numbers. And instead, we have record surpluses. We're dealing with almost $100 billion of surplus. And so Prop 98 is fully funded. We're dealing with the COLA increases at 6% that, weren't evaluated. Sometimes we actually have done, if you can imagine, some people might have done contracts with their employees that would have projected an increase. And now on top of that, you have a COLA balance on top of that. So I think just from the standpoint of when we think about our fiscal future, I think it's always important to think about the efficiency, think about sort of what are the standards of being a well-run organization and institution. But the reality is to understand that we're in an absolutely turbulent structure of budget because we're so dependent on how California projects revenues each and every single year and how they produce the outcome budget on the back end.
Ernie, do you want to give a quick reaction? Then we have Trustee Velo.
Yeah, real quickly. I agree with you in part. I just have to say that I don't remember ever where we were subsidized at this level. We always had time to time projections that had some negative attached to it. But the degree of dependency on additional political support has never been this great. That we really are at a point in terms of FTS production so low that we're not sustainable. If we were ever to return to a traditional approach of funding, I don't think we could sustain this institution. But to answer your question, we're not projecting deficits. Nobody should walk away from this meeting that we're projecting deficits. That is not the case. Matter of fact, I was a bit surprised, and this is the positive part of it, given all that we know with regard to political promises made at the higher level, that we should be in very good condition from here on forward. However, that begs the question as to how can we continue to operate in an efficient fashion when we have more money than we actually earn, and that usual cap in causing us to be more efficient is no longer there. That in fact we're spending almost $10,000 per FTE, which is
We have a few more
extraordinary.
questions. We have a few more questions in the queue. So I want to keep going. You're going from preacher to teacher, so I want to make sure that
I want to go back again.
Okay, no, Trustee Vela.
Thank you, President Buena, and Ernie, thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any examples of significant revenue enhancement that the district can participate in to offset any of, this kind of drastic no floor scenario that you've given us? And what has the experience been?
Well, let me respond. That no floor is not really accurate, because I understand the governor has expressed interest in maintaining a floor. The problem arises that, we're looking ahead a number of years. We don't know what might happen relative to the economy, what have you. So, any money we now earn is more money to our balance. The reality is we're receiving a substantial amount given the fact the state has identified that base period. So you're right in looking at that, but I'm not only looking for additional revenue, but what would be also important for us to try to become more efficient. That's the bottom line.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Chancellor has a short response, and I'm going to my question.
Okay, thank you. I would add that Trustee Vela, that the revenue enhancements that we have increased, and we have been mostly one-time in nature to give us additional basic skills, basic needs, basic supports for our students for housing and mental health, and for a whole variety of other supplementary functions, LGBTQ, undocumented students, due to the fact that we've had a very strong economy over the last several years. The budget that we expect the governor to sign soon here also increases the base for all community colleges. So that's the ongoing revenue. So Mr. Moreno is absolutely correct. For the foreseeable future, we're stable. It's down the road if we don't recover our FDS loss, where we're going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions. But to answer your question, we have had significant federal earmark support, but it's one time in nature to provide the extra resources to our colleges to do a whole variety of very important things.
And really quick, I assume, the bookstores, the rental facilities that our colleges do, that's a very small percentage, right, of our general fund, in any way that would make it, impactful, I guess.
It is, and we have had revenue loss because our rentals are finally coming back.
Correct.
Revenues are.
Well, we just went through
Yes.
that dining contract. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So because there haven't been students on
On
campus.
campus. Okay.
But now we're restoring those, and let's not forget that we've been completely supported and have benefited from the federal subsidy of over $300 million in HERF 1, 2, and 3. So let's be thankful for that stability.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So my biggest, and I'm going to make my comment, then I have a quick question, is that, we're very clear about the concept of fiduciary. And a fiduciary means, again, making the reasonable decisions based on the information that we have available in our planning as the entity is in charge of the district, because ultimately that's us. So I think it's interesting so keeping that in mind, I guess my biggest concern come 2025 or 2026 is as we're planning our budgets and the X factor doesn't show up within these time periods. Are we making decisions now as a board with our budgetary process that takes into account contingency strategies, not the implementation of those strategies, but the contingency for them? Because if we're in 25, 26, and there aren't those benefits because let's say the war in Ukraine expands or the economy goes worse or whatever, and it doesn't, the public could ask the question, since they're listening, what did you do during that time period, at least to think through the strategies that are occurring and plan for them and take a course of action that in going into those years, we could either go left or right. So as in Trustee Moreno putting this together, and I wanted to clarify who information for him, and as he moved from preacher to teacher, and I moved to the chancellor, and I said, what is your opinion, chancellor? Kind of looking at what Trustee Moreno is saying, knowing that we want the X factor to show up. We really, really do. But if it doesn't, how would we be judged in 2024, 2025, 26 if we're not at least at a component strategizing, have those strategies in place in order for us to pull them out if it doesn't go our way. So that's the question I have for you.
Thank you, Dr. Bolna. I would say that, first of all, the presentation of material is a sober, realistic, and pragmatic picture of our fiscal health down the road and now. So I would say that's the first thing. I think we should look at this and continue to review and rely on a document like this to help us make those types of decisions. Right now, we're fully focused on enrollment recovery right now and hiring back staff that are essential elements of that enrollment recovery, including hiring full-time faculty for some significant subject areas for the district. So we're trying to bolster our academic core, provide the academic resources around the dollars that we have for student support so they can retain and be successful. And the student-centered funding formula is going to continue to drive how we get funded down the road. It would not simply be an enrollment-based funding. Right now it's 70-20-10, enrollments being the lion's share of that and other elements of that. So we have the opportunity, wholly focused on enrollment recovery the next couple of years. If we don't recover as we project in the data that you've seen on the chart, we will have to and will present to the board some very scenarios that will allow us to align our resources with our services.
Can I add one last thing, and I'll get off the phone here.
No, you don't have to get off the phone, but you have 29 seconds.
Okay. The challenge here really is that, we're proving to the American public and everyone else listening that the old adage is that if you give public agencies money, they'll spend it. Doesn't matter what they do. That in fact, what we're doing here is we're spending more money, but not really doing anything more. Matter of fact, we're doing less. So the problem is, in that environment, how can we take action when we have such reserves and money promised to us in the future to kind of control our growth so that we realize that there is a bigger problem ahead? It's very difficult. This is a real challenge for us. And I don't know if we can accomplish much given the limited amount of fiscal pressure we have. So anyways, that's enough. That's all I had. That's the reason I brought it.
Just really quick.
Yeah, sure.
Just really quick. I just want to say that I think that we need to be listening more to the chancellor when it comes to when we go to our, labor partners, and sometimes having the chancellor backing him up so that he can convey that, look, right now we're good, but we need to look at long term, because a lot of our budget goes to our employees. So those relationships are critical, that not only the trustees have them with the labor partners, but also that we speak as one with the chancellor and the board, and explaining that, look, it's better for you to tighten your belt right now versus, because we don't know what's going to happen. Because one of the things, President Buelna, that I see is that a lot of the times it shocks people later that we would have to do something like, for example, layoffs, right? A lot of times people, I could never believe that one day Roe versus Wade would be overturned. And I think there's a lot of employees here that really do believe that maybe their job is never going to go away. I really do think that.
Thank you. Trustee Hoffman, would it be possible just as a humble request, could we, within the budget committee, maybe, this would be a budget, because I think the chancellor's response was reasonable. You know, if we're going to, if the information is legitimate, real, authentic, right? And we need to look at those, but could possibly the budget committee, look at some of these options, and in a few months, look at some of these options so that the institution knows. Is that a reasonable request, Trustee Hoffman?
Yeah, what is it that you want us to look at? You want us to look at enrollment trends? Do you want us to look at predicting what's happening in the future? Like, what exactly is it that you want?
What, Chancellor is going to
This
articulate.
is a responsibility under the governance committee of the district budget council to look at these sorts of trends and then to bring those from that body, which is all of our constituents, including labor, to forward it at the right time to the budget committee and to the rest of the board.
Okay.
You need to do your work first to bring it
Yes,
to us.
yeah,
That's what I
so
thought.
will note that as
Generally,
well.
it comes through like DBC and all of
And
that.
that's really what I meant.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
great.
okay.
Thank
direction
you.
noted.
But if it could also address some of the issues Trustee Moreno brought up, he brought up the amount of the racial component, enrollment component, what those different variables, and also the reality of the X factor, and when the X factor may come in based on historical data. It should all, because at minimum, even if we made the most awful decision in the world, the public at minimum would know that all the variables in a reasonable way, and that not just gives us legal protection, but moral and ethical protection as well from that. So thank you, Trustee Hoffman, for doing that. That's what I did. Yes, sir.
One of the things that we compare ourselves a lot to other districts on a lot of subject areas.
Not to Glendale Community College.
We to Glendale, El Camino, quite a bit now.
Oh God, I forgot.
But yeah, and some of this is this question of like, and I think the state and the legislature and the governor for sure will be cognizant of what the system is doing, right? And if we're in line with the system, the strategies to support and subsidize, whatever words you want to use, are going to be common and consistent. And if we're out of the norm, whatever they do to save the system, I mean, we're a big part of the system. We're 11, 12% of the system. But if it's common, if it's consistent, the strategies will, the X factors will be very consistent. But the one thing we haven't done through the years, and maybe this is something for our ESS, is that we haven't assessed our efficiency in comparison to our next door neighbors. We often don't look at those ratios, FTE ratios. We often don't look at sort of like how to measure an efficiency standpoint. And I know talking about efficiency is sometimes hard when you got a relatively big ending reserve, and when you're talking about holding your belts tight. I think what it is like, not necessarily, I'm going to view efficiency as don't be wasteful, right? With human capital, with resource capital, like how do we make sure that we respect the taxpayer's dollar? How do we ensure that we provide a good product and experience for our students? And we just don't have good measurements, and we don't have good comparables to others, other than the fact that there's a lot of marketing and who's the best school out there and who transfers the most. But from the standpoint of running an efficient operation, we should be looking at a certain amount of data sets to do that, with the acknowledgement that if we are keeping up with the Joneses, whoever the Joneses are, and that's a statewide trend, I'm pretty sure, because the system is so critical for California. They're not going to let the system fall apart. It's more critical here in this state than any other state in the country, because of the size, because of the complexity, because of how it feeds into the transfer system at the CSU. This UC CSU Community College sort of three-headed effort in higher education is absolutely critical. So we're not going to be allowed to lapse. But if we're out of the norm, a la San Francisco or all others, where there are people that will step up and try to salvage, it's much harder road to recover from. But I think we should be looking at like some budget questions that are within the context of what we should be doing,
and ISS,
but some efficiency standards and for some earmarks as to what are others doing in the range in terms of their efficiency.
So we have an hour and 13 until we're no longer Cinderella and we turn back into pumpkins. We're no longer great. So Ms. Bologna, can you please move, get us back on track? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes. Okay. Can you transition us next into the, thank you.
Yeah,
Trustee.
I'm just letting the speaker know to get on and hopefully he's listening to me.
Okay.
Okay. This is an excellent discussion. We're going to start the session for 12:40. So, and I want to thank all of you for really catching up because we really did a good job of catching up on all the topics. Okay, in this section, this is more an opportunity for you to partly reflect on major areas and to even give some additional feedback on things that we still need to cover. So one of the key questions, and it really is relevant to the discussion that you have, is what should be the priorities for a 21st century community college board of trustees? Now, this question, I'm going to it, came from Trustee Bettis, as he owns that question. And it's probably of this discussion. And when you're thinking about the materials that Trustee Moreno presented and your own discussion, keep in mind higher education as an industry and what is happening to the whole sector and the adjustments that are being made. A lot of the articles are reporting that the digital changes that have taken place and the acceleration will continue to have an impact. Before we were 80% face-to-face instruction and 20%. A lot of people, in some cases, assume that that's going to go back. But the truth is, in many cases, we're 80% remote and 20% face-to-face. We don't really know how that's going to play out and the implication. So there are major shifts that have taken place. Throughout the country, we have colleges merging, and we always have a sector or the lowest part of sector in higher education disappearing during periods like this. So when you think about that 21st century community college and what the board needs to do, what do you put in place to be able to get ahead of some of these trends, be able to get information and the competitive edge? I'm going to give you an example. We have more individuals in need of retraining in this country than probably any other group. There are millions of individuals that are either in positions that get underpaid or positions that don't lead to being able to make a viable income. So one of the premises out there is that's what this sector has done well. Oh, how do we make that transition? I happen to be engaged with an institution that an individual who already has a college degree or an individual who's a high school dropout can go and get a certificate in software engineering. And in that model, what they do was took that knowledge that you need and put it into a program that's a 9 months to a 12-month program. But part of the question is, what is this competitive environment going to look like? How do you help your own workforce, your faculty and everybody help lead the adjustment that's going to be made? It's going to be very, very difficult, but it's not just about the budget. It's about the communities you serve and being very much centered on that community and say, how do we help this city, this community? That's the different question for the 21st century community college. Are you going to lead or are you going to follow? Or are you going to stand by and just react? Are you going to be a Johnny Lake, come late to the competitive situation, or are you going to try your best? You can only do that if you bring all of your faculty, all of your students, all of your supporters, county be the state with you. Everybody in this state, as an outsider, I can say this, looks to Los Angeles Community College District as a lead, not only in this state, but the truth is throughout the country. If you do it, others will follow. So part of that 21st century, this particular institution is, will you lead? Will you be, and that requires taking risk, calculated risk, and being able to, in a way, look at your agenda and say, how much of our agenda is dedicated to just doing the business, proving the things that have to be approved, as opposed to engaging in this dialogue and say, we want to be ready, we want to be prepared. How do we support the administration? How do we move forward? It's kind of shifting the role of the board to ask those difficult questions and really start trying to, and you're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna make mistakes, but how do you take appropriate calculated risk? How do you bring your whole community behind you to say and understand that this, what this board does is key to the future education that will be available to millions of individuals in this community? That's the ticket, as they say. That's the key question for the 21st century. Think about it.
And with that, we have our guest ready.
Ready? Okay. If you see on our process, we are going to be going through, or you're going to be going through accreditation, and we felt it was very useful to provide an opportunity for you to hear from the chair. Michael Clare is the current chancellor of San Mateo Community College District, one of your sister institutions. And I am assuming that he is on, and I'll ask him to do some introductions. And part of the question I posed to him, hey, talk to the board, giving a sense of what you expect, what you're looking for, and how do we start this relationship that's going to be essential to the future of the district. And the chancellor may want to add some words as well.
I want to invite and welcome Chancellor Clare to our Zoom room here. Thank you so much, friend and colleague, and one of the outstanding leaders of the California Community College system. So we thank him. He's former president of San Mateo College for many, many years, and then was asked to assume the chancellor role and was appointed several years ago. So he's and I'm really pleased when we have nothing to do with the selection chair of chairs, if you will, but he will lead the team that will come to LACCD in the spring of 2023. So we thought an appropriate invitation to Chancellor Clare to talk about the process, his expectations, and what has been evolving, but importantly, standard setting goals of the ACCJC as it tries and has strengthened its partnership relationship with the sister colleges that they're responsible for. So Chancellor Clare, we will give you the floor. And these are members of the Board of Trustees around you, and we welcome you to the floor.
Well, thank you so much, Chancellor Rodriguez, and it's my pleasure to spend a little bit of time with you today. I don't know if you know this, but I actually we just concluded our board retreat, and so I commend you for the work that you do on a Saturday. It really is important work, and I'm honored that you'd want to give me a little bit of time of your day today to talk about accreditation. I really want to answer your questions, but I will just tell you just very little bit about myself. I've been very much involved with accreditation for a long time now, and I've chaired a number of accreditation visits. I also currently sit as a member of the commission itself. I just finished my first 3-year term. So when I talk to you today, I really have to be careful that I'm talking to you as the chair of chairs and not as a representative of the commission necessarily. I didn't know whether there were some specific questions. I can just kind of briefly go through what the process would be and sort of from a trustee standpoint, what we would be looking for. One thing, and I know some of you are I understand some of you are relatively new trustees and some of you have been on the board for quite some time. For those of you that have been on the board for quite some time, I can tell you honestly that the accrediting commission has changed completely in terms of their approach, their outlook. And I've been really impressed. I would not be interested in serving on the commission if that were not the case. We are no longer the accreditation police. We're not there to put community colleges on sanction. I see some clapping there in the background. I think we really bring the right attitude and we really come, the commission and certainly your visiting teams are going to come to you as partners and peer, with peer relationships. And so I want you not to be nervous about accreditation. It's not that nerve-wracking experience that I think a lot of us had. I initially got involved because 6 months into my presidency at CSM 15 years ago now, I think, our college was put on sanction at a time where it was really unusual to have colleges put on sanction. And our college and a couple of sister colleges were the first in that long slew of colleges that, underwent sanctions. So I felt like I needed to understand the process a bit more. I'll stop there. And I don't know if there's any particular questions you have, right? Or I can just talk about the process and then sort of what the role of the trustees would be. So I'll pause for questions or comments, and then I'll move from there.
So we do have some questions. This is Gabriel Buelna, the board president. Before we go to some of the questions, which our student trustee is also here, could you go a little bit through that process?
Sure. And it's interesting that the process has changed, and I've chaired several visits. And I will tell you, by the way, when I was asked to serve as the chair of chairs, I remember the president of the ACCJC called and said, "I got to ask you a favor. You can think about it. Would you consider serving as chair of chairs?" And I didn't even have to think about it. I was honored. I'm really excited about doing this work with all of you. You are the largest community college district in the state of California and one of the largest in the country, if I'm not mistaken. So to have that opportunity to work with you on accreditation, I'm really excited about. As far as the process itself, it's really improved. It used to be, basically, it's pretty simple. There are somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 127 standards. Your colleges are all individually accredited. They have to basically address all 127 of those standards and provide evidence that they meet those standards. What the accreditation team is going to do for each college, and as you probably know, there's a different team for each of your colleges, is they're going to review the college's institutional self-evaluation report, or ICER, as we call it. And they're going to assess whether each college has met those standards. And they're going to assess that by looking at evidence that's provided. So that's the first step in the process. In the old days, what would happen is we would do that assessment at the time of the site visit. And the big change is that work is now being done months in advance before we even set foot on your campus. After that assessment, there's going to be follow-up questions, places where we want to look in terms of a little more clarity. And we're going to have an ongoing conversation with each of your campuses to try to understand, or if there's an area that we feel like, you're not quite there at the standard, you might want to start doing some work to get you there. So by the time we actually conduct the site visits, there's a lot of communication going back and forth between the team chairs for each of the colleges, the individual colleges, to put the institutions in the best position possible so that there's no surprises. I think of it a lot like an employee evaluation. The best kind of employee evaluations are ones where there's no surprises at the time of the evaluation. There's constant communication. So by the time the evaluation is actually conducted, everything's been discussed. And that's, as an analogy, I think that's the best way I can describe the new process. So that's it in a nutshell. My job as chair of chairs is really to kind of coordinate the work of all of the individual accreditation teams. And then myself and another person will be the primary interface with the district as a whole. As you know, there are, each college is individually accredited. So it's the colleges that are accredited, not the LA Community College District. But we all know that there are some standards that apply either to the board, which is the entire district, or to certain operations, or the relationship between the district and the individual colleges. And that's where I will get more involved in my role of chair of chairs. So again, I'll stop there, and happy to, hopefully I've kind of given you the big picture, and happy to try to answer any questions.
You have, and thank you. So we're gonna, student trustee Callahan question, and we'll have some questions in. But thank you for taking the opportunity on a Saturday afternoon. We know we're your first choice for being with us. So so thank you, student trustee.
Okay, so I really had two questions. First, for your current board, is there a student trustee serving for this term?
Yes, there is.
Okay, cool. Link us up. Second, what is the, I guess, I mean, you already went over it in like a really brief, quick description, but what is the main difference between doing the assessment months in advance before you go to the institution versus doing it during the site check or effect?
That's actually a fantastic question. And in my opinion, a huge improvement of how we used to do it, which was, there was certainly work that was done in front of the accreditation visit. That was, you know, but to sort of give us more space to unlink those opportunities. The work is the same, but that space between doing the assessment and then being on site to ask follow-up questions, to have that space, it's really going to give the institution and the team the opportunity to, if there are areas where there's some concern, or I don't want to even characterize it a concern, but if there's areas where we need follow-up questions, it really gives us time in terms of months rather than days to explore those questions in more detail. So I don't know if I've helped you, but in my opinion, it's a much improved process than it was the way we used to do it. If any of you've ever served on accreditation teams, it's 4 days of intense work, and we'll still be on site following up on some items, but to take away the time pressure of doing the assessment and then immediately you're on site, it makes a huge difference.
Okay, and then I guess last question. Since the assessment is being pushed back by months, is that going to affect the deadline for institutions to submit accreditation or that information?
I believe the deadlines are still the same. I'd have to check that. It's interesting. I'm actually, I announced my retirement here in Northern California, and I realized I will never go through another accreditation again, at least as a CEO. And I've kind of lost track of the deadlines. Your deadline for submission is, Chancellor Rodriguez, can you remind me? Yeah.
Going through the reports now through our.
Whoop. I think I'm having trouble hearing, but that's, oh, there we go. Okay.
Pardon me. Yes, thank you. Yeah, deadline is early fall.
Yeah.
I've completed the ISA reviews from the Board of Trustees, and they've been approved. So we're now moving on.
We're moving on. Yeah. Thank you. It's embarrassing that I couldn't answer it. I've kind of lost track of that now that I don't have to meet those deadlines myself.
I have two questions. If you're a trustee, which most of us are here, how would you prepare for the accreditation process if you were in our shoes? And the second follow-up with that is, if you're monitoring what administration is doing, what's the best monitoring program for us to make sure that we're prepared, that you would recommend?
Sure. Great question. So probably as a start, and I can certainly work with your chancellor if he hasn't done so already, but I would definitely take some time to, there's an ACCJC publication that's specifically meant for trustees in terms of what is the accreditation process and how to prepare. And so we can make sure we get that resource to you. Other than that, certainly one place, as trustees and the chancellor, you're responsible for all 124 standards or 127 or whatever they are. But there's one area specifically, or one standard specifically that you probably want to spend a little more time with, and that's standard 4 in terms of leadership and governance, and particularly standard 4C, which covers the standards related to the governing board. So as you get your, I presume you'll get your each college's ICER, you want to read through the ICER and as each college addresses that particular standard. And I think in terms of preparing as a governing board, you have to ask yourself with each of the standards in your own mind, do we in fact meet those standards? And so that's a place to focus. You really want to be familiar with all the standards, but I would say definitely standard 4. And, it's been my experience that standard 3, particularly with respect to finances, is an area that you want to spend a little bit of time on understanding as a trustee. So that's the answer to the first question. In terms of the second question, I would say, hopefully you've been briefed on the accreditation process from time to time as part of your regular board meetings. So that's one way to stay abreast. And then most of the time, most colleges will have an accreditation timeline in terms of what, where there's almost really a 2-year process usually to prepare for this. So each of your institutions should have, and perhaps the district as well, has published an accreditation timeline, so you can see where your colleges are, where the district's at relative to what the timeline is. So I hope I've answered your question
Perfectly.
Great.
The trustee Bona and members of the board, to answer the question specifically, under tab 4, there is the standard 4, particularly item C, and also a little bit of the timeline. We will be asking the board to approve the ICERs next month, July. August of 2022 is when we will submit it to the submit to the commission. And then Chancellor Claire, your team will have the reports for your review beginning in October of 2022 with the March 23 visit. And then the action of the ACCJC, June of 2023.
Right. Right.
Yes, they have all 9 colleges at the last meeting a couple of weeks ago. So July, you'll be approving them.
I'm always looking for questions. If you're a board of trustees, where do boards or institutions generally have an issue that you would say, man, I'm there, they showed up, but this is where something that for whatever reason institutions have a little difficult part. I'm not really identifying us, but I just want to see, what we should look for that people may feel uncomfortable with for whatever reason, but that gets them in trouble.
Sure. No, that's a really great question. It's interesting. What I've noticed on my time on the commission, and even before that, is that the issues tend to pop up in waves. And then as other institutions downstream of accreditation start to hear about those, they take corrective action, and then that no longer becomes an issue. I've noticed that. So for a long time, student learning outcomes, for instance, was an issue. I'm embarrassed to admit that my own institution, when I was president, we the last time we were accredited, we didn't do a very good job with distance ed, and there was a whole slew of institutions that were in that same boat, and we've corrected that. With respect to the board specifically, there have been times in the past, and there's a couple of districts that have received, or not districts, but colleges, because the colleges actually get accredited, but they've been related to district issues, and particularly board versus chancellor roles. So that's been a trend over the last, a couple of years, that seems to subside. I don't have this at my fingertips, but again, I'm happy to work with your chancellor, because usually the ACCJC will publish what the trends and issues are, and that can kind of give you a sense of where the problems have been. It basically is board role versus chancellor role or chancellor superintendent role has popped up, but that seems to be subsiding as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Holly? Okay. I'd like to thank you just on behalf of the board for taking the time. This has been extremely helpful. Oh, there's one more. Oh,
Oh, no, I just want
okay,
to
you're waiting. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to meeting you in person later on. Have a
Okay.
good retreat. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was very helpful. Ms. Polonio, what's up?
Accessibility. Thank you so much, colleagues. So I've been on the board now for a year and a half. And I've had a lot of questions. I have listened, and thinking about this presentation and thinking about it in terms of my leadership style and, the assessment that we've taken. And I would like for us to have a discussion around diversity, equity, inclusion, and access, and think about what that means to us as a board, not just the definition of each of those words, but what they mean to us and what that looks like for us as we attempt to move forward, in terms of our budgetary concerns, in terms of the way that we manage together, the way that we govern this district. So we have a representative for our API students and Pacific Islander. We have a representative for our Black students, for our LGBT students, and we've been talking a bit about intersectionality and why it is so important to think about all of the aspects of our students. So one of the questions that I would like for us to just consider, and we can have a conversation about it or just use that to frame a discussion, is what type of board we want to be viewed as in terms of a governing body that promotes diversity, supports equity, ensures inclusion, and ensures access. Because we are, as Trustee Ferris mentioned earlier, we are a group of 7 individuals, but when we make a decision, it is a decision of one. We are one voice. And what I think all of us are hearing, from our stakeholders is that we are not fully meeting the needs of our stakeholders. And that goes beyond attempting to provide basic needs. So when people outside of our district ask me questions about what I think about what we're doing, I simply say, we are Jack in the Box and we're attempting to be Burger King. There's a thing that we do really well and we haven't been doing it well. And we are attempting to do 100 other things and we're doing them not as well. We are sucking in some areas that we need to excel in. So I would just like for us to think about the type of board that we want to be viewed as, but also in terms of 21st century education and our role as trustees. We have adjusted or adapted our board policy to the league guidelines, but we didn't review our board policy to ensure that we are ensuring a diverse, equitable, inclusionary, and accessible environment for our students as well as our staff. So so I would like for it to come out of this as some action items where we come up with at least 3 things that we would say are our definite priorities. So one of the things I think we all know is that our budgets are a reflection of our priorities. And I know specifically for Black and African American students, promises have been made for funding allocations that were not followed through. And when stakeholders ask about this funding, we hear crickets. And what I would like for us to get out of the space of is we've never done that. We don't do that. We are the 7 people that make things happen. And so we should do a better job of thinking outside of the box and just thinking progressively in terms of what diversity, equity, inclusion, and access look like in our board policy and our hiring practices, in the way that we outreach to our students, in the way that we set programs to support our students, because we're not doing a great job. Kenneth, you have something?
Well, I know Weldon is great at this, so just making sure that you're done with all your points. Is it okay for us to move on to discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. How would I phrase this? I don't want to be going on long tangents. I want to keep my comments very short. But as far as looking at inclusion, I would say when we're saying we don't really just want to look at this kind of we. We mentioned this earlier in the retreat, that when we make decisions, like the very first board that was elected for the district, their decisions affected every single board after moving forward. And that's, we're probably not going to have anything that's going to be game changing for like a decade, for like 3 decades later. But we also have to think about the long term, and that can be in terms of policies that we have for our faculty, our employees, and it can also be for our students. So looking at this from a leadership perspective, there's the act of doing things now, coming up with short-term solutions for these equity issues. But long term, when we're eventually gone, because we're not all going to be here to continue the work that we started, how are we going to set up a framework that can be continued effectively for the next set of employees or students that want to make things happen? If we're going to make something happen, then it seems like a waste of time if we're the only people who care about seeing it through. And I would say, just cutting it short, we need to think about building a foundation of expectations, something that is clear, concise, and something that can be easily continued for the next set of leadership. And I'll probably have more comments later, but I just wanted to set that forth out.
Thank you for that. President Bowman?
No, thank you. I've said this at a few board meetings, but it's interesting because diversity, the concept of diversity, I think has evolved in the last few years. And the discussion over the disabled students, kind of here at the district that's occurred, kind of at least prompted me to think, again, looking at the concept of what all is. And that's a very complicated thing to do. And the Chancellor, you have the list, if you could go over the list of the ad hoc committees that we have, I think that's going to be very important. But I think going back to I call it personality to the test, Dr. Polonio, which is, again, the concept of looking what does all mean. And I think we've all thought of what that means, about what that means. But when when it goes to not just race, ethnicity, gender, the concept of language, how we're really going to help our disabled students. The role board rule, not board rule, sorry, governing board rule from Ed Code 70902 calls for participation and consultation process established by the Board of Governors for the development and review of policy proposals. And I think we need to understand that going to the concepts of rights, duties, and responsibilities, we do have a right to work with the Board of Governors in our policy proposals. That is literally, but in the exercise of those things, we have the duty, we have to take affirmative steps in deciding to do that. But like Steve said, I'm not sure if Steve said that, or someone said it, we're 11 or 12% of the entire community college. That's a massive deal. So knowing some of these things, we have to articulate, really, in my opinion, what that all means. Make clear decisions on those funding priorities and just get them done instead of those lingering, right? Because they've been lingering, the $2 million for African-American students. Just not, I'm not saying this to be callous, but let's just get it done. Let's just move on it, and stop, because, or else it's going to keep lingering. But the chancellor's put together, we've had some committees that have had discussions. We had some successes, but we have to have the conversation of all and decisions related to that concept of all. Are you okay? Can I ask you to go over those committees? Yeah.
I didn't mention the dollar amount, just the fact that funding, he mentioned the exact dollar amount.
There may have been individual trustees, and one of which is not on this board, that would attempt to bind the district to do certain things. Because I don't remember a specific action or a specific amount. And I want to be,
there was none.
If we do, we obviously have to comply. We need to comply. We need to demand the compliance. But I do know that we had some individuals who would play fast and loose and would make these commitments for personal benefit or gain or showcasing or showboating or whatever. But I think the real conversation is if we're not, like, if I don't understand that is, it's hard for us to enact all the other responsibilities we have as a board, which is hold accountable, audit, demand accountability for these features that are there. But I think it's really important to get us on the same page with the resource conversation, because the one piece that we was in dispute, and honestly, there was a lot of weird behavior with that, was the outreach. Not necessarily students. I think, I'd like to say that I think, even in the way we did legislatively, going out and getting state funding for Emoja, it was critical. LGBT resources, all those pieces were really critical and important. But there are gaps in the way we're understanding information that I think we need to figure out with this question. I think we all want to be there, period. And if there's any kind of commitment that's been made as the board, let's get down to the bottom. But if there is, I see the chancellor nodding, and I didn't say, Gabriel mentioned 2 million. You didn't mention an amount, but if there's something to do, there's something to do.
Yeah. Thank you.
The chancellor's going to go over that. Trustee Vela, then Trustee Hoffman.
Yes, thank you. And to the great discussion, thank you for facilitating it. We have made very declarative public proclamations on behalf of not just the board committees where you take formal action and recommendations to the full board, but also the several advisory committees that we have now around API affairs, LGBTQ, Black African American affairs, Central American, Mexican American, Latino affairs, and then soon to be added next year, a Chancellor's Advisory Committee for students with disabilities. We've made proclamations around establishing Dream Resource Centers through resolution. We've done that. We've made proclamations around supporting the LGBTQ community. We went out with the leadership of the board and got state funding and support for that. Proclamations around supporting increasing funding for AOI, the African American Outreach Initiative, that did occur, and Umoja, that's occurring. What we have failed is to attract, recruit, retain and attract more faculty of color. We've done some work, and in particular, our Native American, Indigenous, and Black African American, we have failed to hire, attract that community to our academic shores, while the overall diversity of the institutions have increased by well over 50%, certainly during my tenure. I'm very proud of the work that we're all doing to that. The board made a proclamation to diversify the staff so that it reflects the rich diversity of the communities that we serve. Strong. So we're making movement in that direction, but we still have some room to go. The ad hocs here that you see here are also incredibly important. On athletics, we have folded in the recommendations of the committee that Trustee Vettis into our potential facilities for the future in very clear fashion. Then lastly, the monolingual group that you see there has also led to some interesting conversations related to language and language diversity and whether or not the district could attract particular audiences if we taught courses and provided services in languages other than English. So it's a very strong question. So in terms of our proclamations that we have made publicly, we've fallen short in some areas for sure, but we have come through more so, I think, in a variety of areas that supports the interest of communities that reflect our LACCD, as well as pointed by Trustee Henderson, the intersectionality of all of these particular communities. The last community I've mentioned, there's not a advisory committee or ad hoc on, but a few years ago, there was a report for student veterans that we have put into place and whatnot. So again, we're trying to be conscious of who is here and provide them the support and climate and environment so they can be successful.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps we can engage in, developing, a type of flow chart that can go from our committees, into the full board and how we make those realizations, not just on recommendations coming back to the full board, but allocation of funding. And I have to tell you that, I had a lot of help with Trustee Hoffman, then the board president Hoffman, when we did start the LGBT affairs committee. And, we ran into, I believe, the request for the LGBT outreach at our committee level, and work hard to kind of, create a path towards getting the money either from the district or from the state. And so then at that point, we utilized the Public Affairs and Legislative Committee as a way to deliver the money to the committee. But that's not where we only get the money, right? When we look at our participation for some of what the committee wants to do, we're also looking into our foundation, we're also looking into other funding pots. So what I recommend is perhaps having some type of flow chart that can give us a path in our committees. So when we discuss, for example, African American outreach dollars and that need, to number one, identify the amount, identify the programs, the need that you want, that we want, and trust that committee, trust that committee that it will have the ability to really understand that piece. And then us as trustees join in support to float it up, to the full board and to the chancellor in order for it to be able to take action and allocate the funding through the budget process or, however we want to handle it. I just say it from just experience because I don't want to make it seem that, we were preferred, the LGBT committee. It was strictly that I had an avenue towards getting those funds at that time as being chair of it. So I just kind of want to suggest for us to have something formal that we can look into. Maybe it's a cheat sheet, a little bit of, a little flow chart or whatever, so that we can all agree to, this is how you bring it. This is how you bring it to the board, this is how you bring it to the chancellor. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be, extremely detailed, but that's just one suggestion. Because individually, I have every committee that's here, whoever's chairing, I want to tell you individually as a trustee, I wholeheartedly trust you, all you chairs, and what you want to do, and how that gets all formulated. I want to support you in your discussions that you have at the committee level.
Thank you. I think student trustee, did you want to speak first? I don't want to, I saw your hand, had your hand up. Go ahead.
You can go ahead first. I'll take after.
Okay, thank you. Um, Thank you, President Bona. So I do want to say that you know, and I know you've heard this from me before, but I'm going to say it again. I've been in this system for 25 years and we've come a long way. It might not seem like it, but we've really made systemic changes that have taken 25 years. I mean, from the days of, putting in, and I'm just going to say this, I didn't do it, but colleagues of mine used to do this, putting in fake social security numbers for undocumented students who basically had lived in California their whole lives, who wanted to go to college, to now we actually have a California Dream Act where they can get state financial aid. That's huge. I understand your frustration, Trustee Henderson. I do. But I think we also need to look at what does diversity, equity, inclusion, and access mean to us? Are we talking about campus climate? Are we talking about students not feeling included and not having enough resources to support programs like Emoja and others like Puente? Or are we talking about making real changes to curriculum? Are we talking about some of the reforms that we're seeing with community policing and law enforcement? And I will say, with my work at the state level, we've got state agencies, the Chancellor's Office, the Community College League, and the Board of Governors. Their number one priority is to continue with supporting efforts around diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. We're heading into part 3 of a series that the Community College League trustees have put on around diversity and how trustees can become more involved. I know we're all busy. I've been attending them. Dr. Luke was the speaker at the last one. But there are things that we can be doing where you're not going to see immediate overnight action. But I will say that this board is a very progressive board, as we know. And I think we've reflected in the committee structure that we have and in the work that we're doing. I think we're making really great progress. And I know it doesn't seem like it because we do hear from community members and students and faculty and staff that what we're doing isn't enough. So perhaps we need to shift our focus a little bit more inward and look at what are we doing locally, what are we doing on our campuses, and how can we make sure that people feel included and supported. And I do want to go back to this $2 million that everyone keeps throwing out for African American outreach. That was a random number thrown out by a board member that was never discussed. But let's bring it back, and I'm happy to bring it back to the budget committee, and let's discuss it. Let's discuss where do we want to put these dollars, and what are these dollars going to do? Because clearly we're missing something here. But I think that our efforts are going in the right direction, and we do need to lead. We should be the leader in the state on diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And I'm really happy that we have the access piece in there as well. Thanks.
So I guess going back to the, or I guess coming off your point of back to the local community, seeing what how they feel on issues regarding equity and diversity. When we're talking about providing funding for these programs to support these different demographics, we also need to understand what exactly is the money going to. In what way is it supporting? If we're going to be giving 2 million to X community or X demographic of students or faculty otherwise, how exactly is that money going to be utilized in supporting that community? Looking at City College, for example, let's say we gave their Emoji program. Oh yeah. But providing them X amount of dollars. What exactly would that go to? Would that go to community events? Would it go to providing more hiring prioritization for more faculty or staff members to actually support the program, who by proxy would help the students in whatever initiatives they're doing? You can clearly tell that it's at least they're relatively understaffed as far as how they can directly provide for students. And there are other colleges in the district who have or are trying to make Emoji programs but they just do not have the faculty, staff, or just general manpower to support those kinds of initiatives. So regardless of how much money they're provided, they can't do anything with it because they don't have the people to do anything with it. So looking at it from that perspective, how do we, not just from a board, look at the issue as far as advisory committees saying we could do this, that, the other? How, once it's time for that, whatever resources we're going to provide, once it's time for them to go into the community, how are they going to utilize it? Because ultimately, we're really giving guidance to the colleges, and then once the colleges get the support that we're giving them, they have to choose what they're going to do with it. So how are we going to support on that level? And I guess looking at it from that perspective.
And we're gonna need to be wrapping up. So in terms of this discussion, here's what I would say. The concept of awe is a very complicated conversation, and it's an evolving conversation. And there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable discussions in the future with regard to diversity, because there's diversity that we're not even thinking right now. There's reality, but we have the ability, since, to a certain extent, we all get along. We may argue, we may fight, blah, 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 blah. But, but we do need to, that's why I thank you for saying that you'll take that up in your committee, is how do we adjust policy? How do we go beyond resolutions, right? There's nothing, just personally, not a resolution, whenever I hear in life, here's another resolution, I'm thinking, oh, in my mind, which goes to your personality test, I see sometimes resolutions as an excuse not to do something, and not to, Trustee Vela mentioned, float it up. But, one of the conversations that I feel very, very uncomfortable with when we were having the conversation on ethnic studies, which I was the one who asked for it. And the reality is that as a district, we're actually moving Chicano and Chicano studies pretty forward. We are failing in Black studies. We're failing, and I appreciate you. I'm being my own Francisco. We're failing in this. We're failing Asian American studies. And the response that we got was that, oh, you have to create this FTS, blah, 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 blah. And I looked at it, you know what? It's just an excuse not to do it. So we have to figure out how, and when we got some of the reactions from the presidents, I didn't get that it was part of their priority. So that's a problem. That is a real problem if it's not part of the priority, because if we are a progressive board, then we can accept stuff, and we need to adjust the policies and go beyond resolutions. So, and again, I mentioned, and again, the theme in my own head is board roles, duties, and responsibilities. And we do have rights as a board with the Board of Governors to make our voice heard. So I think, Chancellor, a quick closing, but then this is your section here. Oh, wait.
We have two.
Yeah, just really
two more comments. It's like, then, okay. But I'm getting bad looks over here,
We
but
have
you guys go
two,
quick.
before you go forward, we have two trustees who are also going to do sessions. Is it all right with both of you? I want to honor you.
Yeah, no, this is better.
Okay, this is important. All right, then you're in charge.
Thank
Go.
you, because you're giving me bad looks. Okay, thank you. Okay.
In terms of the ad hoc advisory committees, board committees, yeah, I'd say this is the first time that membership all together in one place. There's a couple of these that I'm listed as a committee member. I didn't actually know I was a committee member. I've participated and I've joined the committee here and there and that kind of thing. But and that's okay. And because I think they're important. There's a few that I sort of continue to try to understand what our goal is long term, and that's fine too, because sometimes we have to use these things to get to vet out the ideas. But I would like to say that, and at least it's been the experience in a few committees, that first of all, to know what the range of options are: ad hoc, advisory, like task force. Sometimes I think we don't have suggested structure. We just kind of come up with structure. And so I think that's important. How the committees get supported. I'll use my day job in legislature. We don't create a select committee without system, structure, support, staffing,
those kinds of things. We don't have a lot of that in place here. Sometimes it's not that easy. Some things, ad hoc by its nature is supposed to be temporary, but some ad hocs have existed for a really long time. Advisory committees and sort of what the role of a board member is on that kind of thing. But I think we need to get together some structure to help us, and then I think it becomes much easier to understand what's here and what should be pushed into these other committees, and maybe which one of these committees need to be a little bit longer than an hour, because there's sometimes the amount and volume of stuff that some of these committees have to go through is really challenging. I do want to say on a standpoint of diversity, I think in this room, we actually are probably more representative of our student body at the higher levels of our administration. Interesting enough, we're probably closer to what our body is. We do struggle in that dean category, faculty category, staff category. And so as we come around to sort of understand what to do in those areas, there's probably some really critical and aggressive shakeup that we need to make to ensure that we can get a diversity that reflects our students. Because we've done it at the board level. The voters have elected board members that are diverse, and some of that's done with intentionality. But in turn, the board members have come out and ensured that our administrators and people that come below us also reflect diversity as well. But when you go down and you start looking at the statistics and seeing that study put out a few years back by USC, it's sobering. We're extremely far away. And when we do make progress on the timetable of the progress we've been making, it's going to take us 60 years to sort of be proportionally representative of our students. That's a problem. So I think we have to have that conversation and the diversity issues, and as we're dealing with students, there's some part of that core that also needs to engage in our staff and faculty. It's really important. But that's going to take some time. It's going to take some pushing. There is also a couple of areas when we talk about failure, and it's been an interesting debate because we haven't necessarily had it throughout the agenda here, but probably need to be continued forward. And it's been an important debate when we had it, but looking at our English and math success rates, because those are the classes everybody has to take, and English rates are a little better than math rates, but sort of how to confront that. Maybe there is, and I know I've asked Trustee Henderson to place on the agenda to see if there's a connection, there's a correlation between the diversity of our faculty and success rates. I actually don't know the answer to that, but our team is looking at it, and maybe there are some correlations to really understand how that happens and if there's a bigger difference in those areas. So we need to maybe take the next steps of connecting data and see where that takes us. And then, of course, the other space that's here and not on the agenda, but I think present on all our minds is what we're doing with our personnel and our human resources and our personnel commission. And a lot of these sort of jump forwards that we want to go to sort of lack that. And that's a diversity interest. It's a 21st century sort of institution. It's a little bit of our ad hoc, a little bit of our support systems, but we got a few holes that we got to think about. Can't be covered here. Probably need to be somewhere else and continued and consistent with us, because if there's a time to make investments, it's a time when you have surplus. I understand our discussion earlier about being very efficient and wise, but we're also trying to make an institution change. I think that you have to invest in that.
Thank you. Trustee Hoffman?
Thank you. That dovetails nicely with my comments here. We're able to pick our consulting firms and bankers and folks who work on our bond program based on if they're small, emerging, minority-owned, veteran, but we can't use that same criteria or those same percentages to hire. And I would say let's circle back. Prop 16 failed the last time, but I think we need to engage our elected officials, and in the next legislative cycle, we need to sponsor a bill. And I'm sure this time, hopefully we get a lot more support. I mean, with all of what's happening in the country and how we're really falling backwards in many ways, I mean, it's time to be able to bring back affirmative action, if you want to call it that, and be able to hire based on our diversity needs. I mean, that's, Nichelle and I have been talking about how do we increase and do a better job? How do we increase our diverse faculty and staff and do a better job with hiring? And it's virtually impossible. So I think that if we can prioritize, it's going to have to be done through legislation, but I think we should take the lead on that 100%. You know, and I also think the Personnel Commission, we have our hands tied with the Personnel Commission as well. And I'm glad we have our general counsel here, probably cringing in the corner, but you know, it's something that we really need to address. It's the elephant in the room. It really is. Thank you.
I just have one comment in regards to committees. You know, really taking the initiative, you know, you've got an assigned college president to each of our committees, and taking that initiative and incorporating them, to your point, because they are to, you know, the decisions we're making at that committee to get what they would like to see and not come from, you know, trustee chairmanship saying this is what we want and implement, but to also take them into consideration at our committee meetings, I think is going to be critical moving forward. You know.
Thank you.
And having them show up too.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Because we do staff every single committee, whether it's ad hoc, advisory, or standing. We staff it and try to staff it well and work with the chair. Wanted to point out this things very quickly as we wind up here. One of the matters is that for us to continue to do all of this, ultimately the ad hocs will fold into either an advisory or to board committees or to board structure somewhere. The ad hocs are not meant to stand forever. So that's by its definition, you know, less than a year. The advisory committees, I think, are also recommending bodies to the board. Ultimately, all recommendations will come to the board. Second point I wanted to make is that if we're going to continue to move in these particular directions, whatever actions we take, it also means that it may require us shifting attention, resources, people to those things that matter most instead of simply adding on. We have a habit of adding on at LACCD because it's important, and then never dropping anything from our list. And that becomes exhausting. It becomes the resources don't stretch as far. So having not everything is a priority. So getting a sense of the question earlier, Dr. Buona, what does staff need? If your priorities are set, we will do them, but we can't do everything. The third thing is just, you know, thinking about actions, things stated, things delivered. LGBTQ Bill of Rights delivered. API data disaggregation law delivered. The ethnic studies faculty, we increased by 50% in 2 years, from 21 faculty to 10 more beginning this fall. Not evenly across the board for sure, but 10 more ethnic studies faculty that now deal with the both CSU and CCC requirement. And then the framework for racial equity and social justice that you adopted immediately has, and the 9 specific action steps to be an anti-racist organization, to unlearn racism, and to promote DEIA, as was been so beautifully talked about here, is something that we have shared that document nationally about how an organization states its values and what it will do around a specific set of areas. In some areas we're doing well, in other areas that we need to do a little bit more. I'll close with perhaps the biggest one. And we accomplished something and then we're on to the next thing. The LA College Promise program that began in 2016 is now a statewide model. A statewide model for it has increased the number of LAUSD students in college, accelerating to college level math and English, and then graduating sooner than those who don't participate. Soon, 40% of our entering class will be people in the College Promise program. That is not insignificant. That is something this board led, this board envisioned, and we've delivered on that, and we'll continue to do so. So maybe it's a little reflection back, saying let's not beat ourselves up. We got a lot of work to do, for sure. But these retreats give us also an opportunity to reflect on the terrain that has been passed that corresponds with our values. So thank you for that.
Are we being sufficiently bold in your vision?
I want to say this with all due respect to all of you. We have successfully not had a discussion around diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. We have talked about all of the things that we have done on paper and none of the things that we are that we can be doing to take those things from paper to action. So Trustee Hoffman, I appreciate. Trustee Veras, student trustee, Trustee Vella, everything that you all are talking about, what we need to be focused on is how we do those things, what those things look like in terms of policy, in terms of process and procedure that we put into place. So for instance, every year, February 1st through February 28th is Black History Month. Every year we have a resolution. Why do we need a resolution? Why can't it be policy that we acknowledge Black History Month? Right? So yes, we have advisory committees, but I guess what I'm asking us to do is everything that we've mentioned today. Think about how we make it happen, what it looks like, and what it looks like in terms of how we view ourselves and our priorities. Because we can talk all day about advisory committees and conversations that we've had, but what can we really say that we've done for students with disabilities? We had a lawsuit brought against us by 2 students because they weren't able to have textbooks translated. What are we doing about that? We have other students that need to access our district and college websites, but they're not able to because of their disability. What are we doing about that besides talking about it? And that $2 million is spit in the wind because it was offered illegally, right? But the point is, we all agree that there needs to be some additional funding for African American outreach. There needs to be some additional outreach for Native American faculty and Asian American faculty. We need to do more to increase our numbers of Black students, Pacific Islander students, Asian students. We still need to do more to make sure that our LGBT students and staff feel comfortable, feel welcome. So that is what I would love for us to feel comfortable enough, to have the courage to have a conversation around. Because we are 7 intelligent beings that are sitting on the governing board of the largest community college district in the free world. And we cannot be afraid to have those conversations, and we cannot be afraid to sometimes offend either each other or others, our stakeholders. Because we spend a lot of money on things that don't benefit students. We have a building sitting at a college that has taken 10 years to build. So 7 years of irrelevance, and we're putting millions of dollars every quarter into that space. But when we talk about what we can do for our students, we keep talking about everything but making our priorities budget allocations. So I really would appreciate it. And I understand, today wasn't going to be an in-depth discussion, but I hope that one of the takeaways would be for us to really think about what diversity, equity, and inclusion looks like in every facet of the work that we do as trustees. Not solely funding, but how we talk about hiring. We have hiring committees where members of the hiring committee all look alike. They don't look like the people that need to be hired. And so when we have interviews, who gets hired? The candidate that looks like the majority of the committee. So if we're not willing to have those types of conversations, then we shouldn't have any conversation at all. We went to remote learning 2 years ago. We have faculty that are not equipped to teach remotely. They are not, training or not. They just don't have the capacity. But we have students now that are saying that they would like to learn either in a virtual and or a hybrid environment. How do we accommodate them so that they get the best of what we have to offer? That is, for me, what talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and access look like. Really thinking about how we do what we do if we're thinking about the mission and the vision of this district. Thank you.
President Bona, just I think I have a follow-up question for you, Trustee Henderson, if you're okay with that. You know, I respect you very much. So what would be some of the immediate action items that, you would suggest for us to consider, and I'm talking actual action items. I don't know if we would need to continue, the discussion. I don't want to keep putting meetings on us. Is it that we need to kind of set aside time? Is it that we need to create directives, motions? Because I want to be able to also adhere to, you had when you talked about governing bodies and Ms. Medina talked about execution. So, I want to be clear so that we can have that future conversation, and maybe that's something, Chancellor, that we can look at seriously, to really create that ability to, because a lot of it is discussion and time, and we've allotted a very short amount of time to diversity. But it deserves more, even though it's going to be, it is our duty to be able to discuss it in a manner that feels respectable to our stakeholders that are demanding diversity and inclusion. And I mean, Ms. Hoffman, your leadership at the league, I know they have like a special set aside that you've invited me to, and so on and so forth. So, we really need to talk about how we're going to do that. And I would love to hear from you, in particular, but obviously my colleagues and Chancellor as well. Thank you.
Well, in response, I would like for us to come to establish some priorities for our priorities. And then from that, we determine what that looks like in terms of execution. Some of our priorities might require policy adjustment, some changes in procedure, but, and we determine based on whatever that, so I'll give an example quickly. In ISS, we hear reports, enrollment reports from the college presidents, and they're not all the same. Some are incredibly detailed where they can give you, during the fall or the spring, whatever term it is, who is doing what exactly they're going to do, and the metrics for determining how successful that thing was, that action was. And then we have, plans that say we're going to outreach to students. We have to set up, I guess our expectations need to be clear as a board in terms of our priorities. So it can't be Trustee Henderson's priorities. It's our priorities as a board that we all agree on, and we determine together what it looks like to execute whatever that is.
Thank you. So we have only 2 or 3 minutes, so Narcissa, guide us through the end, and I'm gonna do a quick exercise to bring us to a conclusion.
Is it a breathing
It will be a stunt.
I think
No throwing.
No throwing stuff.
every time you gather like this, it's a journey. And sometimes you really don't know the destination. But when you have a discussion like you just had, you get a sense that you got someplace. It's important to realize whether that was a stop in the train or is it really the destination. And that's why we built in the agenda, making sure that we had a discussion about next step. How are you going to follow it? And doing the analysis that we did earlier. And we'll get together to do the next level. Execution is difficult for this group. There's some elements here. You can't do it on your own. You need the administration to get it done. That's part of the complex issue. And clarity of purpose and accountability fall into those things. Secondly, let me add something I think is important. To have faculty, staff, administrators within this district that do magical work in terms of students. I owe my whole career to the California community colleges. So I speak from the heart. You have a lot of good people teaching and doing the right thing regardless of what their color is, of religion, et cetera, that are part of your workforce. So when you think about bringing in new people, always make sure that you make the investment also in the people you already have. Sometimes it's an issue of them having the tools that they need. So always balance it. That's really, really important. Celebrations are important. Making acknowledgement that we believe something is important, but there's no substitute for action. And part of, I think, what we were hoping to get this board to today, I hope we made some gain, was you understanding your duties at a new level. Because as one of you said, I believe it was Trustee Hoffman, the outside world is taking us back to a world that we fought to get out of. So for this city, for this community, what's the role you're going to play? That means that you do need to do an examination of where is it that you're spending your time? How is it that you're spending your time? And is it really giving the clear direction to the administration of where they need to go? That's the goal of this. It doesn't mean that you have to agree on everything. It doesn't, but you need to become more purposeful. The goal now is next step. And I think what we should do with the presidents of the board is do a follow-up assessment. Give you a little time to reflect and say, okay, if we're going to put next steps in the training session, remember you approved a year-long development program for this board. How do we then get moving from talking to doing? What are the tools that you need? What's the information? Some really good suggestions were made. The fact that somebody said we need to really give staff to the ad hoc committees and advisory committees to get it done. I know the chancellor staffs them, but his administration is overburdened. They have to run a district. Keep that in mind. At the end of the day, it's about the students and serving them. So we need to be more creative with some of these things. And I hope the chancellor agrees with me that the board needs to spend a little more time really articulating these things and being able to come back and give you more concrete suggestions on how to accomplish. But remember this, you're trying to solve the problems that America has struggled with since it was created. You're trying to change things that are very difficult for the human race to change. And that is making sure everybody has an opportunity. So to a certain extent, I'm saying, give yourself a break for trying to do the right thing and trying to do what's very innovative work. So I hope we can follow up, get more feedback from all of you on next step. I'll sit down with your great board president and your other two vice presidents as we did for this retreat. And I do honestly want to thank them because they put a lot of time to putting all of this together for all of you. So this was a joint venture. And we'll see what the next step is going to be. And I'm going to turn it off to the president so he can tell all of you how great you are.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for fully participating. There was not one trustee that was not fully participating, including Trustee Moreno, probably in a unique way. I want to acknowledge that. We're going to do an assessment to figure out immediate next steps. And I do want to thank Trustee Henderson, for kind of pushing us a little in an uncomfortable way at the end to say, no, you're not. And that's very important because as the goal was today, again, it was a base, duties, rights, responsibilities, and write me an email. You can just a very, very private, or did you want to say something? Because I'm closing out. Interesting.
Well, after the close out, there's no more time for comments.
I'm going to close out right now. So go ahead if you want to make that. Okay.
I'll just make this quick. This was a very nice retreat. I do commend the effort for trying to involve me. I did, it was a little apparent that I wasn't necessarily fully taken into account when putting this together. And I don't take things I don't take things like that to heart. I don't take them personally, so it's perfectly fine. But yeah, I just as a student representative, I feel like we talk about getting staff into these conversations and bringing faculty in, getting their perspectives. And even though I wasn't put on that board, I can definitely see that we do have a lot of D's in the room. And I still don't want to put myself on that board, but I know where I am. But I speak on behalf of students. And when I come to these spaces, I don't want to come in with pushing my own perspective because I have experiences. My experiences are real. They are important. I'm going through the same system that every other student is going through, but I don't experience it in the same way. So I do respect, to Henderson's point, that we do need to have serious conversations and actually think about how we're going to do implementation. But personally, I don't feel like those conversations will be fully worthwhile if we don't involve the people who are directly affected. And that's what I really meant by thinking long-term in terms of bringing students in, bringing different faculty, hiring, prioritization, getting people involved who are actually being affected by the choices that we make. Because we're only a limited amount of people with a limited amount of time who can only consider a limited amount of things. And it's me being here alone, representing students, saying that the students need this, the students need that, from my single-minded perspective is cheating thousands of students out of things that could potentially be happening, that could be changing lives, honestly. So you'll get that from me. You'll get that from me a lot. I want to get people involved. It's not just me who's sitting here. I'm sitting here with the expectations of thousands, and I want to not just convey their voices, but I want their voices to be heard from them. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. So in terms of feedback, because we ran out of time and we are over, and I did promise everyone, I am going to ask you, please send me a direct email if you just want to call me. I do want to know that your perspective, what went right, what went wrong, and just to get those in terms of building for the next retreat. We will have the minutes. Lupe has been taking minutes on action items on this. Wave, Lupe, over there. All right, she's been doing a great job. Got lunch. I do want to thank all the staff who've been just here and everyone who did put a lot of time and energy into this. So again, please send me a direct email. I'm not going to share it with everyone. I just want that feedback in order to improve. Don't hold back. Don't be shy. I won't forward it to anyone. Okay. I do want to end with just a very quick, even though I've never done council before, I think it did a good idea to ground us at the beginning. Everyone has their rock. Okay.
Ever did council? Council? Did you say council?
Yeah, this morning. It's called council. Oh, you know, where we have the discussion. Everything we did this morning was called council. Okay.
I never, talking circle, I've done other stuff, but how?
Yeah. So I yeah, it
That's
has
a
a
good name
name.
now.
So I also learned that it's COUNCIL, not SEL. I learned that the hard way.
That's her.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, just, go around the room. Just again, you want to say one or two words of what you got out of today. If you want to pass, you would pass, but it's just a good, I think, just a way of closing out the day. Narcissa, thank you for volunteering. And everyone can raise the rock if you have a rock. One or two words that you got out of the day. If it's not a happy word, that's okay. It's your word.
Abstain.
Listening feels good.
Thankful and reflective.
Uncomfortable.
Insightful.
Hopeful.
Have to raise the rock though.
Oh. Hopeful.
Motivated. Motivated.
Good to see everybody back in person. Haven't seen a lot of you. I haven't seen any of you in person, actually.
One word.
Huh?
One word.
Oh, one more word? Oh, one word. Hopeful.
With that, we're done. Wait, hold on. Everyone, count three. We're good. Oh, Trustee Moreno.
Ernie.
I thought you missed that. Okay. One word, Trustee Moreno.
Educational.
Right, my man.
At the count of three, let's now. 1, 2, 3. All right.